Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO, here to bring you the news. This is currently 9/7/2023, Thursday, September 7th, and it is 5:12 a.m. So there's just a few stories that I would actually want to go over with you guys, right? One of which is dealing with the pastor. I'm going to read a little bit from the story, and then I'm going to play the video. So the article reads that Apostle Damian Massey takes responsibility for leaked tapes and tearful video. Apostle Damian Massey at the center of a leaked video scandal after footage and text messages of him with another male circulated online. The pastor has broken his silence to address the situation in a Facebook video. Damian Massey is the senior pastor at the Glory Nation Church of Atlanta in Georgia, and according to reports, a male who is a former member of the Remnant Church Outreach Ministries was physically involved with the pastor. The pair allegedly planned intimate meetups via text message. So here is the apology that the pastor.
Transparent, and as simple as this: I messed up. Um, this has been a really hard few days, but I struggled. And the struggle didn't just begin. The struggle has been a struggle, and the conviction has been great. And many times people don't know how to accept the struggle of a leader or the struggle of the pastor, and they take the human and the man out of the pastor, out of the bishop, out of the apostle, out of the prophet. I didn't address what should have been addressed in my life, and you all seen it. I don't have to recap it. You seen the video, but other people will paint a picture of you to be the worst person in the world because of a failure. I want to take my responsibility. That's my public statement. I want to take my responsibility, and I want to repent before God. I want to take off my title and take off my hat and take off all the articulations of my duties.
So within the response that you were able to hear from the pastor, uh, from some other reports out there, you have a man that was, hey, Miss Yvette, what is up? What is up? You have a man that was going out there and putting out information that he was with the pastor, showing pictures, I guess, of them on trips, showing the fact that the pastor has sent him money on Cashapp as well. Now, this is my thing. For me, I don't really care in a sense what the pastor is doing because his business is his business. This is something that he was doing with another person. To my knowledge, I'm not sure if the pastor was, married or what have you or anything like that. I'm just going by the information that was given on the article, so I can only go based off of that. So I'm viewing it as a point of this is a pastor. He's the head of the church. More than likely, he may be single, whatever. So he was out there doing his own thing, right? And still proceeding to, be a pastor and, give his sermons and everything like this in church. He had to basically come out and give an apology because he was moving a different way in life. You had a lot of people online, that wanted to sit up there and say, mostly, coming from women, like, oh, you're only apologizing because you got caught. If we're going with the general consensus of the articles where they're stating that in a sense, or how they're portraying him, that he's a single man, whatnot, or whatever, he can do whatever it is that he want to do. Like I said, that's his business. Whatever he decides, to do with somebody else, that's his business. The thing that people aren't looking at is this. This pastor was not, as you could clearly tell, right? He wasn't ready to admit, he wasn't ready to move forward with that, right? He was still doing his thing on the side, and he was having his own battle, right? And the person that he was with, that he in a sense confided into and was having these moments with and taking these trips, that person decided to forego that trust in order to put things directly online, right? In order, just as the pastor said, to make him seem like he's the worst person directly out there. Realistically, the worst person out there is the one that decided to take advantage of the situation for their own means, right? And I'm going to put it to you like this. If a woman decided that she wanted to relinquish information that, hey, I'm having extramarital affairs with this famous guy, it could be a footballer, hockey player, whatever it is, right? A woman can sit up there and be like, well, I can now write a book. I can now do press junkets. I can now get money. I can now show up here and, start getting some type of clout, some type of fame directly off of that guy's name, right? If you're a guy doing this to another guy, it don't work that way. You're not about to get money. People not about to be, knocking down your door trying to sit up there and get the exclusive and paying you thousands upon hundreds of thousands. You're not about to build a positive reputation off of this. And then this also goes into the aspect of how people like to sit up there and say that, others are wrong on trying to force people right when they're not ready. The person that he was with decided to try to force this directly out there, knowing the fact that this is not the face that the pastor is giving. He's not showcasing that, hey, this is the life that I live. I'm out here. I'm doing this, that, and the third. Right? You can either accept it or you don't. He was still trying to live up to a certain type of portrayal. He was still trying to give people this certain type of image that people will be comfortable and okay with, right? He was sacrificing something in order to benefit others, right? And usually that's what happens when people decide to compromise certain things when it deals with themselves. But again, you're dealing with somebody who was of that community and they opted to basically force the hand of somebody else that's not ready. And nobody's talking about that. Nobody wants to realistically highlight that. Everybody has the whole complete focus directly on the pastor, right? Because they're like, oh, well, he's a man of God. He's this, that, and the third, and yada, yada, yada. But are we not going to sit up there and look at the person who wanted to divulge this information when nobody asked for it? Nobody's going to try to figure out what was the ulterior motives of the person. Like, again, this wasn't a pastor that put this information out there. This was the other person. So again, like I said, it's bad that it had to come out in that direction where there is video and stuff like that out there of the past. I'm pretty sure that that's a very embarrassing thing. But this also comes to the aspect of, the choices that people happen to make. And some people decide to make choices selfishly, meaning the person that was with the pastor selfishly decided to do this for whatever means. Like I said, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm just looking at it as, somebody from that community should understand how it is to get treated or mistreated and how it is that they at certain points in times will feel forced to do things when they're not ready to do it. But yet you decide to do this to somebody that you know is not ready. Right? It's crazy to me. 1,000% crazy. Like I said, 1,000% crazy. But that's story number one. Right? So the next one I got for y'all is this one here. And this basically took place in Maryland. And you got an officer, right, who ended up being suspended after the video that you were able to see shows him getting into the back of a squad car with a black woman. So let me just play that for y'all real quick.
Mira, pisando está, mira. No, yo lo no, lo voy a mandar.
No te vaya a ver porque pues,
Vaya. Para el carro, mira, para atrás la lleva, mira, ve. Ey, no, mira, para... corriendo ya, mira. Ey, yo. Quítate, más, ¿verdad? Quítate, Ale. Ey, yo.
ay, pero por lo menos disimulándote para allá, ve, escondido.
Es un animal, es policía pelón.
All right. Hopefully, y'all are able to hear that. Now, you heard some people speaking Spanish directly in the background. I'm not sure if this is a heavy Spanish speaking area out there in Maryland, but one of the people, when they went there to the scene, the news anchor specifically asked somebody there, and it was a mother, and she was Latin. And her main thing was that she stated that, this is, it's bad. It's a bad look for, police. He didn't respect, his uniform, the badge, the police car, anything like that. You do this in broad daylight. And, there's also children, that are around. Right. And when you were able to hear, hopefully you guys are able to hear the video, because I made sure to, mute the mic on my end so it wouldn't, cause a double echo. But when you were able to hear the video, you could specifically hear kids directly in the background of the video. And I'm like, so you're basically doing this across the street from like a park and a school. This is a police officer that you were able to see. That's the squad car. He is in uniform. And from everything that was in the article and listed by the news, somebody said she looks super young. They didn't list that this was a minor at all. So I'm going to assume that this is a woman. Now, I want people to remember that you have women out here that are short. You do have, women out here that are, short and different things of that nature. But the main reason I wanted to showcase this again is due to the fact that I don't want people to try to make it seem as though that she was coerced or anything like that. Like when you look at the video, you see her hands around his neck. They give each other a kiss. This is a very touchy feely type of situation. She got her hands on him. He got her hands on her, and she is specifically going. You saw him turn off the radio. She was the one going to open up the police car door to the back, and he got directly back in there with her. Right? So again, like I said before, I don't want people to get confused and try to paint some type of narrative as if, any type of, and I'm going off of the aspect of how it is that it's presented from the media standpoint, where they specifically listed the name of the officer, right? And they would specifically also list if this person was a minor or not. In no story that I was able to see or read about that they state that this was a minor. So again, I'm going by the assumption that this is a woman by how everything is listed, right? So again, I'm just solely stating that at the end of the day, this woman got into the back of a cop car in broad daylight, hugging and kissing on this cop in front of kids at a park by a school. That's how it was presented by the woman at the news anchor interview. She stated that there's a school right across. There's obviously a park because you can hear the kids playing directly outside. This is what they decided to do. This is the normalcy that cops do. And like I told people before, hey, what's up, Tippy? She saw the the video I did on the other channel. Again, the main thing I want people to understand is that this is the normalcy of cops. This is what you don't get a chance to see. This was a rare occurrence that was able to actually get filmed. A lot of the other stories that I've talked about, you were only able to hear words directly from the media, the news anchors, blogs, and things of that nature, right? And like I said, these are the people that everybody always tells their kids to trust and to, listen and obey and all these other types of things. The same people that tell you to follow the law are the exact same ones that don't follow the exact same law that they tell you to follow. And that's what this looks like. That's exactly what this looks like. Like I said before, it's crazy. It's 1,000% crazy how things like this are able to take place. Able to take place. Like I said, it just should not happen, right? And like how the lady has stated, who was I guess the part of the community or the area, she was like, at least you could have done this when it was dark, no kids out or anything like that. Not saying that she agrees, but it's like if you're going to do something, do that where can't nobody see you, right? Where it ain't gonna be no cameras, it ain't gonna be no kids, you ain't around no school or anything like that. Do it where it can't nobody see you, right? Because you're gonna do it anyway. At least do it where it can't nobody see you. But it's crazy that you, in a sense, have people that have to say something like that. That realistically should be common sense. It's like, hey, you couldn't wait until after you got off work. You guys couldn't meet up at like a hotel or at somebody's house or whatever. Y'all couldn't wait to do any of that. You just had to sit up there and do this while you were on the job, while you were on the clock. And then not also that, but let me also mention this. This same cop has been suspended before. In the main video that I looked up before, the news anchor stated that they couldn't get an answer on why he was suspended. They stated from somebody else that he was suspended due to CA, because I have to monitor words because YouTube is very sensitive on certain things. It has to do with a minor. It has to do with unfortunate, physical, altercations where somebody, is just harmed, physically, right? And then on top of that, there was another instance of DV, right? And if you don't know what DV is, you might want to, happen to look that up. It happens to occur when it deals with, two people living within the same house domicile, or, two people who are in a relationship. So this is not the first time that he has been suspended and has had, some incidences where it's like, hey, we needs to question why we still got this guy directly on the force, right? And the police union basically stated that everybody needs to hold their opinion up until all the facts and all the evidence is directly out there. This is the facts. We're looking directly at the facts. This is the facts, right? Because the police union wants to protect their own. The facts of the matter is, you have the cop car there. That's city money. He's in the uniform. Yet again, a city worker, tax dollars at work, literally, really going to work. And he's getting into the back of the car with a woman. This is what is happening. Why do people need to wait to judge this situation? It's a bad situation. There's nothing to protect here. This is why people have a problem with the police, because the police never do the right thing. They always want to sit up there and sit on the sidelines and want to make sure to protect their own, no matter what wrong they do. This is wrong. It shouldn't happen. You literally hear kids directly. Matter of fact, hold on, let me just play this again.
Anda,
No te vayas a ver porque
vaya. Para el carro, mira, ve, para atrás la lleva, mira, ve. Ey, no, mira,
So you heard that. You can clearly hear a basketball back there. You hear some kids directly in the background. This is happening directly around kids. This is what kids are able to see going on in what is supposed to be a safe area. Now, as a parent, as a guardian, for anybody that's out there, is this something that you would want your kids to be able to see? How would you explain this to your kids if they came to you like, yo, mom, dad, I saw this cop and, this woman, it didn't look like she got arrested, but they both got into the car and they were there for like 15 to 30 minutes. How would you explain that to your child? How, as a parent, would you explain something like that to your child? in a way that it would actually make sense, because I can't really give you anything. I can't even give you an example, because again, this is something that you should not have to actually try to explain from a child. This is something that you shouldn't have to shelter your child or be worried about, because it just shouldn't be happening. But yet it is, and yet it does, and yet you're able to see it. But yet the police union wants you to not have an opinion on what we're able to see, as if we're deaf, dumb, and stupid. It's crazy. It's 1000% nonsensical. But if you do something wrong and they arrest you, they're going to put all your information out there. They're going to put your mugshot out there without having 100% of the evidence, and they're going to allow everybody out there to have an opinion on you, including on their Facebook, on their Twitter, on their YouTube channel, and everything like that. But yet you can't sit up there with evidence here. You can't sit up there and specifically have an opinion on what it is that a cop is doing. All right. All right. All right. So this is the next one I got for you. It has to it's a two-part, right? It has to do with the fact of the movement that has been going on, and how you have heard in general women in America complaining about what it is that men are specifically doing. But so that people can understand what it is that I'm talking about, I'm going to allow the woman to.
Honestly, the amount of white dudes with Thai women that are waiting to board international flights, it's an absurdity. It is crazy. Like, half of the couples in this airport right now are beautiful Thai women with super basic white dudes.
So you heard what she said, right? She was saying, because as the title stated, she's at a Bangkok airport, and these are her thoughts, right? And that all of the couples that are there, they're pretty much interracial. They are white guys directly with Thai women. She stated how beautiful the Thai women are, and then how basic the white guys are. And the main thing that I've stated to people is, why would it matter? Why does it matter? They're there for whatever it is that they want to do, and you are there traveling or doing whatever it is that you want to do. You don't see any of those guys that are with those Thai women trying to make a video about what it is that you are doing. They're not even concerned. They're not even focused directly on you. So again, it makes no sense for you to even be focused on somebody that you consider basic, that you're not even really concerned about, nor are you even trying to date, nor could they even potentially get your attention. But yet here we are. Here we are with somebody who is worried about what it is that somebody else is doing. And I also want to showcase this, because the same mentality has been passed on and given to other groups, other ethnicities of women as well. So I'm showcasing how this originally started, how it is that somebody became worried and concerned about what it is that other men that they're not interested in are specifically going out there and doing. Like I said, she's out there traveling. I went through and I looked at her IG. I looked at her other social media. She's traveling well. She's out there having fun, Milan, Italy, different, areas in Asia. She is literally like taking trips like every single day, every single week, right? Living her best life. But why would this be a concern? You're enjoying your life. You're doing what it is that you want to sit up there and do. Why would you be worried about guys that you consider basic? Again, it makes no sense. It 1000% makes no sense. But let me do a follow up, because somebody had left a comment specifically mentioning somewhat close to what I just stated.
Seem to have triggered a lot of you basic white men. I would like to clarify that I'm not judging and I don't have a problem. I'm not sure you realize what an observation is, but I was pretty clear that this was an airport observation. So I'm sorry you're hurt.
So you heard what she said. She again used the term basic white males, right? And she said that obviously I've triggered you. No, people are going to respond when it is that you decide that you want to, quote unquote, as she stated, she made an observation. So within the observation, you felt the need that you wanted to categorize and talk about specific guys that you saw. More than likely, those guys that were in Thailand or whatnot or whatever saw the video. Because what I've been seeing directly online is that a lot of the Asian women who don't cause trouble to, I'm talking about the women that are over there in Thailand, Vietnam, Fiji, and all of these other places, right? They're not worried about nobody in America. They're not trying to cause no problems, not trying to cause no issues. They're not focused on anything that people doing, right? But what has ended up happening is that you've ended up having American women speaking negatively on these other women in these other countries, to the point where American women have labeled them as uneducated, not able to speak English. They're just like they trying to almost make it seem like the women are completely simple and that they don't know right from wrong. Like it's the craziest thing. And you've had to have a lot of these women, they've come out and had to roll up and defend themselves, which they normally should not even had to do, because nobody should even be talking about them, because again, everybody's in separate areas around the world. It doesn't make any sense, right? So going back to what I was saying about how it is that people were responding to the video, a lot of these times you'll have these guys responding to these videos because their Asian counterpart are on TikTok, they're on social media, right? And they happen to see these videos and they'll show it to their partner. And then their partner be like, yo, I'm about what is she even talking? Like, she don't even know anything like that. Because in one of the comments, somebody stated that everybody missed what it is that she was trying to highlight. And they were stating that the reason that she made those videos was to specifically highlight that those guys aren't there looking for a wife. They're not there looking for a girlfriend or anything like that. Right? They're looking for a certain type of tourism. Again, I have to watch, how I say things on YouTube. And my main thing is this. A lot of people, I've highlighted how women from all over the world go to Jamaica and Africa in order to get a certain type of treatment, to get a certain type of attention, right? But you don't see realistically guys on social media trying to what hyper shame and out women to say like, oh, look at you guys are not even going there for a vacation. You guys are just going there for like one thing, right? Because we're just going to mind our business. It is what it is. You are taking your money. You're deciding to travel. You want to do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do with your body. I have done. No problem. People are going to sit up there and mind their business up until you decide that you want to start talking reckless out the side of your neck, talking about stuff that you don't need to be sitting up there talking about, right? So that's the only time that you'll really have guys trying to say like, hey, you're talking about us, but look at what American women and women from, European countries are out here doing over there in Africa, right? Look at what y'all over here doing in Jamaica and things of that nature, right? The same exact thing that you have American women trying to put directly on a blanketed group of American men that travel. You got women doing the exact same things. Crazy, ain't it? Crazy. But like I said, people will sit up there and say it's different. When women sit up there and do stuff, it's not the exact same thing. It's like, if we're going to categorize stuff, if we're going to play this equality thing, we're going to categorize it as such. We're going to call it the exact same thing. You're not going to tell me that you're going out here single, traveling to these different countries, and that you're not meeting guys and shacking up and sleeping with them periodically. There's literally a podcast where women talk about them. Women from America will go on podcasts, openly speaking to other women, talking about how they go to other countries, and they will, throughout the days, the weeks or the months that they're there, they'll have countless guys that they'll sit up there and sleep with. And it's easy for them to sit up there and sleep with those guys because nobody has a name, nobody has a number, nothing is local. So, hey, you can't sit up there and tag anything. Versus if those same women were in America doing that exact same life, hey, everybody knows everybody. Word is going to sit up there and get around. Right? Like I said, it's crazy. It's 1,000% crazy, the world that we live in, where people feel as though that if they make generalized type of, you know, content like this, that people aren't going to have an opinion, or that people won't, and I guess, you could say, feel a certain type of way. Like I said, people got to expect these things. Again, you decided to be on a vacation, but you're focused on what it is that the white guys there are doing. They not treating nobody wrong. They not doing nothing wrong. They not sitting up there bothering you. So again, the main point was to highlight how the words that you were able to hear her say, how it is that she was looking at the situation and trying to highlight it. This same type of line of thinking, this is where it started from. So follow that line of thinking and look at all of the groups of women that this has been passed down to. Because the original people that were traveling around the world, the original men that were traveling around the world, were not black. They didn't start the whole movement. People only started jumping onto the movement when they sat up there and started, oh, look at what these black guys are sitting up here doing. Like, we gotta, we got to start getting on the bandwagon and start making a whole bunch of, negative videos and, all this other type of stuff. Like I said, hey, people need to focus on, at the end of the day, people need to focus on the people that they are either attracted to or that they are able to attract. It makes no sense to pay attention to a person or groups that that you are not attracted to in any way, shape, or form. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Literally. But anyways, who we got up in here? We got Al Smith. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? We got Lottie. What is up? What is going on? We got Tippy. Tippy said, finally, let's see the division between white men and women instead of black men and women. I mean, but it's been, we got Hack directly in here. Yo, what is up? What is up? We got Light directly in the building. What is going on? Wait, Hack, are you able to hear me? Let me see. Is it coming through? Whoa, is my audio coming through? Don't tell me I was just talking that whole time and I don't have any audio. No, it looked like it's coming through. Let me see. Somebody just throw a quick one in the chat to let me know if y'all can hear me or not. I know it's probably a little bit YouTube is delayed. Okay, the audio is okay. I was just making sure because I was reading the message up there. It was like, "Are you there?" I'm like, "Oh man, don't tell me I was talking this whole time." I was like, "Oh man." Good morning to everybody that's here at this moment in time. Wow, of course, Tippy would be the one to just put a 0 just because. Thanks, Tippy. Thanks, Tippy. Just because. Oh my goodness. Tippy said they both do it 50-50. What else we got up here? Yo, Black, what is up? Black Strong Mom said, sometimes people let their hearts speak when they are not in their real feelings. Personally, everybody do themselves, be happy, keep them open. Yeah, that's facts. That's 1,000% facts. And that's my main point to, a lot of the stuff that's going on out here where it deals with, hey, I'm dating this person over here and hey, I'm dating. It's like, realistically, it's like, are you happy? Because if you're 100% happy with your situation and where you are in life, then you're not going to be focused on people that you wouldn't even give the time of day to. Whatever this woman here has gone through or whatnot or whatever, you could clearly see like a smile, on her face. A lot of people that happen to smile are crying on the inside because they're not, fully healed and they're going through a lot of unresolved things, a lot of unresolved issues. A lot of people still, need therapy and different things of that nature. So instead of getting therapy, you have a lot of people that will go directly online and they will decide that, hey, I want to, start spewing a type of venom or different things of that nature to, this group. Other videos that she had directly up there, she was saying, oh, I'm not really on TikTok like that. This video or this TikTok was just meant as a joke. That's what a lot of people say. a lot of people will sit up there and say, "Oh yeah, this TikTok thing, it wasn't even like serious. This video was just random, something I just did because of a dare or whatnot." It's a lie. 9 times out of 10, people lying because they see and understand what it is that people are able to do and how viral and how quickly people can go viral by way of using TikTok. So yeah, 9 times out of 10, if somebody sent up saying like, "Yeah, this was just a," no, it wasn't. You were you were working the numbers around in your head and you figured that it's a possible chance that you know something could get moving. You just got to say the right things at the right time. Like I said, it's a lot of this is crazy. But again, I want people to understand everything like this. Let me just replay the the previous clip again.
Honestly, the amount of white dudes with Thai women that are waiting to board international flights, it's an absurdity. It is crazy. Like, half of the couples in this airport right now are beautiful Thai women with super basic white dudes.
So again, the main thing that I also try to really press forward whenever I happen to give this message, and I want people to understand that a lot of this is going on TikTok, meaning that a lot of your kids, a lot of your younger sisters, brothers, or whoever, a lot of people that are under 18 are watching this. They're watching all of this go on with adults and young adults. They're watching all this information. So what's going to inevitably end up happening, and this is devised as a plan on purpose, is that all of this information that grown folks have and what they're going through, they're shelling that out to the younger generation, and they're able to see this. They're able to watch and basically learn, and they're learning the wrong things. So they're taking all of this in from the women that they hear, and they're going to apply that throughout their lives as they walk. So they're in middle school, they end up going through high school, and then probably college, or out there working in the field of different things of that nature. So women out here who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever, they're basically teaching these young girls how to basically view the world, men, and different things of this nature. So they're already potentially harming the chances of these young girls, young women, of having an actual relationship, because you got a lot of these women who have been in continuous jacked up relationships giving failed and poor relationship advice and a poor outlook when it deals with men and different things of that nature. Like I said, people don't even really understand. Like I said, if you want to, in a sense, control a population, you do that by way of media. You don't have to sit up there and do it by way of books or learning or anything like that. You don't even have to do that. Do it by way of media. That's the quickest way to get to anybody. Music, movies, commercials, television shows, social media, especially. Like I said, people want to see like an actual attack happening in front of their eyes. Look at social media. Look at all of the things that young kids are able to see directly on TikTok, the conversations that they can be a part of, and they're not even 18 yet, that they're able to actually hear. Like I said, it's 1,000% crazy, and you don't really have parents, monitoring the things that their kids are able to take in. It's already at a point where parents technically can't even do it, because the moment of time as a parent you give your child a device to go online, you gave them almost in essence the keys to the world. So there's nowhere that they can't go. So you don't got to worry about trying to teach your teenager how to drive, or if they're going to be okay to drive. You got the internet. That's a crash happening every single day. You just can't see it. And that same trauma that they have from those crashes by going on social media and taking in all of this negative type stuff, men versus women, women versus men, and women sitting up there saying, "Oh, we can live without men, we can sit up there and make a world with all women," and all of this other type of like I said, that's going to have an effect, and people don't even see it. It's going to breed a class of young girls who are just going to see guys in their range as something negative. And I'm like, that just don't even make sense. So it's almost, it's a lot bigger than, some of the other things that have been touched on when it deals with, um, people going out there dating and trying to find a relationship or whoever, like across the world. It's a lot bigger. It's a whole lot bigger, you know. House of Queens TV said, love your content. Keep up the great work. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Try my best to actually sit up there and do it because I just recently put up a video on a different channel, and YouTube hurried up and made that one 18 plus. And I'm like, nothing actually got shown in the video, but I'm like, all right, no problem. No problem. No problem. We'll I guess it'll just keep as that. Tippy said, "LOL." She said, "Basic white dudes, so they don't look like Cody Rhodes." Wow. Or Henry Cavill. Tippy said, "I noticed that some black women who date out get the same looking basic white dudes. Black men get the overweight white woman." I mean, people they whatever ends up floating people's boats. People will go for what it is that they like or whatever it is that they're comfortable with. That's how it basically works. Um, as long as people are happy, because at the end of the day, people got to live with their decisions. So if people better make sure that's the right person, that they ain't gonna backstab them. That they ain't gonna sit up there and just get rid of them. For somebody else later. People better do the necessary work. Things will look great in the beginning, but how will it look, in 5 to 10 to 15 years from now? And that's the problem with a lot of things. People don't look at it like that, right? And this is where I would actually want to know in about 5 to 10 years from now, would this woman's opinion actually change? Like if she was able to like keep track of and remember what she said in this video, would her opinion basically change? Would she view the way that she looked at life during that point? Would she be able to compare and say that, yo, that was me at a different time? I was in a certain place and different things, of that nature. Like I said, if people are able to actually look at their life and focus in on different time periods, people can judge things differently and understand that, yo, because I was in this place in life, because I was here mentally, because things weren't potentially, going right or different things of that nature, this is why, my outlook was this way. Or in the case for certain women out here, well, because, certain men are not giving them, that attention, this is why, the opinion that I listened on social media came out, this way. Because a lot of these women, if they were to actually to get the quote unquote dream guy, their ideal guy, you would never see them making videos about what it is that other men are doing. And that's the funny part. If this woman was able to have her dream guy, her perfect guy, she would have never made a video like this because she would have been focused directly on that guy. But the other thing that I found also interesting as well, right? And I want to list this as well, because again, whenever I happen to do these videos, I make sure to go through people's social media. When I went through her IG, I noticed that she had a wedding, and I think that was back in 2019. I could stand corrected on the date, but I think that was 2019. And you saw people giving like well wishes. You saw her in a wedding dress and everything like that, right? Great, beautiful, right? And now, when it was a question was posed to her on TikTok, where it was like, "Hey, do you even have any boyfriends, anything like that?" She was like, "Yeah, many." So I'm like, "So you're not married anymore?" Because if anything, if a woman is married and somebody posed a question to her talking about boyfriends, she would usually say that I don't need boyfriends because I have a guy. Right? She would, flash and show the ring or something like that. But that's not what would happen in the videos at all. She didn't do any of that. And in a lot of the other photos that she has directly on IG and different things of that nature, it's very single looking in a sense. You don't really see her. You see her in pictures solely by herself. It's not her and her husband, in pictures, taking trips and all this other type of stuff. Right. You might see some other people, you might see another woman there, but you see her solo in those photos. So, again, like I said, I got to question a lot of stuff that people happen to say because it might come from a place where people are immensely unhappy with the way that life is going directly for them, and how it is that certain decisions that they have made just did not pan out the way that they saw it, and they're looking at other people being happy. So now they're unhappy because they're not happy, right? Uh, Let me see. DSA once said, "So you're up early choosing violence." I see. No, 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 no. This is I'm being as friendly as possible. I'm trying to give solutions. I'm just trying to give solutions. You know, just putting some stuff directly out there. Like I said before, I'm an advocate for people going out there and getting therapy. And there's a lot of people out here that need some therapy, especially if you're going to decide to be traveling out there on your own, and you're going to decide to make content about a group of men that you aren't even interested in. Better yet, let me do it like this. Let me do it like this, right? If at the moment in time you see a group of men, right? For her, she said that all the white guys out there were basic, right? So why is she not going out there and doing the reverse? Why isn't she out there in some of these Asian countries? Why isn't she taking out the time to get to know and to talk to some of the local men there? Right? Because she's saying that all the guys there are basic and the Thai women are beautiful. So you're different from the Thai women. So why don't you take your chances and go out there and speak to those men, and maybe they might sit up there and wife you up. Maybe they might give you the life that you want to have, or the life you should have had, but it might have fell apart. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just going by the images that are specifically listed, uh, you know, on there. Tippy said, I think I spelled the city wrong, but you'll get it. Tippy said, LOL, all women world. LOL, hell no. This is not them scary. No, like yo, Tippy, it was some videos. I might have done. I forgot when I did those videos, but there were some videos I brought to y'all before where it had clips in there where you had women stating that, oh, we don't need men anymore because we can use the stem cells from our spines or whatever it was, and inject them into the egg and produce our own children, and da 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 da, and how it is that they can specifically go to doctors and selectively choose the sex of the child to make sure that they're like female. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff out there, and I keep trying to tell people all of this stuff that they're putting out there, that a lot of these women are putting out there, this is not meant for other women of the same age. They're not worried about women of the same. They're not worried about women who are in like their 30s, 40s, or 50s. That message is not for them. They're aiming this message specifically at women in their early 20s and young women who are, in their teenage years, young women, young girls, right? Because I'm thinking about those who are like 18, 19, and then the ones that are younger as well. That's who these messages are actually geared towards, and that's what a lot of women don't even fully understand. A lot of women are condoning and okaying a lot of this behavior, a lot of this rhetoric, but they don't even understand that they have a targeted audience. Like I told y'all before, there was a leader out here that basically stated that they didn't need to have the adults. They want the children. Whenever it is that they, captured or they were taking over something, they wanted the children. They wanted the children because if they were able to teach the children, I'm talking about from the ages of like when they're born to about I think what is it, like 6 or 10? when things start to like formulate and become solid within, their being, and how it is that they walk, and how it is that they talk, and how it is that they act, and how it is that they perceive the world. When you have those children within that time frame, that is the most crucial and important time frame, because that is going to mold who they are in the future. So a lot of the stuff that these women are speaking, throwing on TikTok, throwing on IG, throwing directly on YouTube, and they're saying that we don't need men, we don't need your protection, we can do all of this, we can do, they're going to, this is what's going to happen. Within some decades from now, you're going to start to see the populations dwindle down. And you're going to start to see even more people starting to complain, because you already got kids of this generation talking about, hey, I ain't trying to sit up there and have kids. I ain't trying to sit up there and be like, it's already basically started. So then that generation is already out the door. So then now you have your kids who are, let's say, 1, 5, 10. Those kids, I'm not even sure what that generation would even be called, but now they're going to be really carrying that torch, because they're getting full-fledged indoctrinated. See, the teenagers, they might actually stand a fighting chance to, try to shift gears, to try to fight back from the information that was given. But those kids 1 through 10, there is no fight back. They're accepting and full-fledged receiving all of that information. And nothing is like hindering, stopping, objecting towards the information. Like I said, people got to pay attention. If you really want to sit up there and control the population, and you want, things to stop, or you want to, slow it down, you do it by way of the media, and that's what they're doing. Mahoko said, "Hey, Seiji, are you posting on the main channel again?" I'm trying to post everywhere. And I've posted on the third channel, but I've posted some stuff, here on the original channel. Like I said, you gotta, try to get. My bad, that was a chair. You gotta try to get, something going. You gotta try to have something working. What do you say? You said Lottie says she's better. Yeah, she is. She is. She'll say that she's not. When you look through some of her other videos online, she'll say that she's unbothered and all this other type of stuff. She'll try to give off that face or that energy that this is nothing to her. She's traveling, enjoying her life. But like I said, if you're enjoying your life, then you're not going to be worried about what they're doing. You don't hear guys who are billionaires worried about what women are doing. They're not making posts online talking about, oh man, look, I'm a billionaire, but look at these women out here. Look at what they're not doing that. They're worried about what is within their area. They're worried about the stuff that they can sit up there and control, the things that they're actually, interested in, right? They're worried about billionaire things, right? So again, going back to her, she should be worried about things that are specifically within her control, the men that she can attract, the men that she is attracted to. But what inevitably ends up happening is that for a lot of women, the men that they are attracted to are not actually interested in them. So it's going to be, a fool's chase. At the end of the day, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be that endless chase of, that, type of guy, which again, to me is, it's crazy. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Fox for now, even though I know that's not the what's the name, but it looks like that on the screen. You said also stock photos are a thing now. She could have been divorced, but she also could have faked it. I mean, that's true. It's true. Like I said, I can only go through and go by the information that is shown. I'm not going to try to do an automatic, deep dive to try to, prove if the woman was, married or whatnot. I don't really care, that deep. I don't really care that deep about it. I just care enough where it's just like, yo, the stuff that you're saying is like, it's crazy, and it needs to be highlighted. Tippy said, they stupid. We can't live in a world without men. Those women are silly. I 1000% agree. I 1000% agree. But like I said, the message is already out there. It is already out there, and those seeds are going to be growing because ain't nobody going to be there to stop it. Alex said the puppy. Wait, what puppy? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused on that one. To be said, I'm not a lesbian, so I can't do it. Right. Lottie said, I agree. Tippy said, like, women are going to work in sewers or be construction workers. LOL, yeah, right. So women want to do dirty jobs now. Hey, you know what, Tippy? Hey, I'm like I told you before, I'm all for equality. A lot of women out here saying, like, hey, want to be, equal. To a man, I can do the same thing that a man can do, or I can even do it better. Women are just as strong, if not stronger than men. I'm like, you know what? Have at it. I used to be at the point of trying to like, shut down the madness and trying to, set stuff straight. But you know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Women say that they are strong, so I expect to see, women. We need to get away with the classes of male and female boxing. We need to allow men and women who are obviously skilled. They're obviously good at what they are, able to do. We need to allow men and women to box because women are just as strong, if not stronger than men. Women are obviously going to be able to prevail in that. We need to section off, erase the section of men and women weightlifting because, both people are able to lift weight. You know, like I said, it takes training. It takes very intense training, blood, sweat, and tears in order to be, a world champion, weightlifter and different things. We need to sit up there and get away from that category as well. There's a few other ones as well. But yeah, like I said before, I'm all for equality. So if women are like, hey, we can do the same thing, the same jobs and everything that a man can do, and hey, albeit get in those sewers, become a garbage man. Automatically start, being like a mortician and stuff of that nature. I mean, you do have female, morticians. That's probably not the word I'm looking for. But what's the name of the guys that bury the bodies during funerals? I forgot what the name was. Somebody can probably bring it up in the comment section. Uh, but yeah, that's I'm all for it. I'm directly all for it. Like I said before, people want to start getting crazy. Let everybody get crazy. Just and people will learn. Oh wait, I think I saw. Yo, Jug, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Fox said you bogus. Says you not a chance. Said no female fights better than Lucia Diner, and she was demolished by a regular degular kickboxer. Huh. Said early rise. Yo, what is up, Jug? What is up? Tippy said I don't want to be like Killmonger. I want to be with Killmonger. Okay. Oh, Theodos, thank you. Paul Bears, thank you. That's what I'm saying. You don't see women talking about, oh yeah, I wanna bury bodies, so I want to be a Paul Bearer. Yeah, I wanna be there with the dead. I want to be in the graveyards. I want to dig the hole 6 feet deep, dealing with worms and spiders and grubs, having dirt all over. You don't hear. Look here, yo. Like I said before, people lucky I am not able to have control of stuff because I would let madness reign so that people can full-fledged understand that your decisions have consequences. Again, like I said before, if I done seen a lot of videos of women bucking up and getting directly in men's faces, and I'm like, if you feel that you can automatically fight a man, so be it. It should be open up the coliseums, allow people to sit up there and battle. Because I done seen just in training. I'm not sure if some of y'all saw the video, but there, the Jelmo, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? I saw a video online. I'm not sure if I got it saved because I would put it up. But there was a video. It was military training, right? If anybody is old enough, they remember a television show in the 90s or the 80s. It was Gladiator something, but it was like, red versus blue, and you had equal competition on there. You had the men that were there with the women there with the men. Everybody was tough. People were able to like stand, somewhat toe to toe. I mean, you could obviously, tell in certain instances who was going to be winning. But again, It was a quote unquote equal playing field, right? And in this military training, they had on the headgear and they had on like the what's the name that looks like a an ear swab. It looked like a cotton swab, right? I'm not sure what it's called. Some of y'all might know. Yeah. Thank you, Jug. Jug and Hack. Thank y'all. American Gladiator. That's the name of the show, right? 80s and the 90s. If you don't know what it is, you can go look it up on YouTube. But they had the headgear on. They had this thing that looked like a giant cotton swab, right? And you saw the woman, militarily trained. She was standing right there. Whoever the commander, whoever it was in the middle. And then you saw the other dude was like off screen. As soon as he waved his hand and he backed away, you saw the woman make it about 4 steps. You saw the guy come through like a freight train and bulldoze that woman to the floor. But like I said, equality. I'm all for equality. She learned a lesson that day, and I'm pretty sure everybody learned a lesson in an experiment as well. I've seen other military videos where they have let the women box the men, and it did not it did not go as that woman had planned. Let me tell you. I also saw a Korean show that was within the exact same lines as well, where I think it was called, you can look it up on Netflix or whatnot. I think it's called The Physical 100 or something like that. And you had women, you had Asian women there. They were in shape, like they worked out. They looked great, right? And when it dealt with the physicalities of one of the women having to go against a guy, remember equality. When it looked like the woman was sitting up there winning, everybody, you saw people cheering. The women were like, "Yeah, you go, you got it, yeah," right? The moment the dude was like, "Oh, okay, so you got some strength. Let me go Super Saiyan real quick," right? Because he pulled that freezer. He was like, "This is not even 20% of my power," right? He pulled that, and he just got on top of her, and he just had his knee directly on, I think it was like her chest or her stomach. And you magically saw the girls in the crowd go from cheering to crying, "Oh, that's unfair. He's doing too much. Da da da. Somebody needs to step in. Somebody needs to stop this." But I'm like, what happened to the equality? She's an equal contender. She worked out in order to get the body that she has. She physically labored through in order to have the physique. And she felt that she could best a man. And she learned that she could not. But like I said before, I'm all for the madness. I am fully about if women want to roll up here and they want to start getting in dudes' faces and they want to start, acting a plumb fool. I'm about people learning. I'm about people fucking around and finding out. That is the school that I'm about. I am 1,000% about that, because I've understood one thing through doing this on social media, that you have to show people better than you can tell them. And you have a lot of people out here that would rather learn, right, physically versus being told not to do something. The worst thing that you can sit up here and do, and this is speaking from a guy, right? The worst thing that you can do is tell a woman don't do it, and to tell a woman no, because they're not going to listen. They're not going to actually understand that. So you have to allow women to go out there and seek out their own ventures and their own journeys and come to that conclusion. Got to come to that conclusion. Gotta, you gotta do it. Gotta do it. Hack said that show was dope. That's my show. Oh, I was right. Oh yeah. You had Jax from MK2 in it as a Saber. It was a couple other people that was on American Gladiator too. Tippy said, "I want to see a match between Ronda Rousey and Bobby Lashley." That's a. Why would you do that, Tippy? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is nowhere even. Like I said, Ronda Rousey, like she can sit up there, she can fight. We've all sat up there and seen this. Like the girl can sit up there and hit, but Bobby Lashley. Now, if we're talking about Bobby Lashley when he first came out, that dude was built like a tank. He had a lot of muscle, so her hits he would probably feel something. But if he twisted his body and swung on her, it would Come on. Ooh, come on now. And I'm a fan of Ronda Rousey. Like I said, like she was out there doing work. She was the main one lifting up the women's side of MMA. She was literally holding that up there. She was literally holding it up there. Like that was the main name. Like of course you heard of like Chris Cyborg and stuff like that, but and a few others. But other than that, it was like, yo, when you heard Ronda Rousey fight, people were like, yo, when is that fight? Like, I'm trying to sit up there and see that. What was the outcome? Who fought? Who got the clips on Twitter? That's how it was, right? Just like I'm a fan of Clarissa Shields. Like she is dope. She is holding at this moment in time for me. Clarissa Shields is holding up women's boxing. She is holding that up with no problem, 10 tones down, taking pretty much any and every opponent that is there. And it's at the point where you don't really see women trying, like in men's boxing, you'll always have dudes, show up and be like, yeah, I'm about to sit up there and fight you like this dude was nothing, yada, 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 right? They'll really be after the fight trying to fight, act like they're going to fight the fighter there and stuff like that. That's what we're normally, tend to see, or back and forths and stuff through video, maybe Twitter, right? When it comes to women's boxing, you don't see women out here trying to really come at Clarissa Shields, trying to sit up there and rah, 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 I'm going to, beat you. I'm going to do. Nah, it ain't none of that. It ain't none of that at all. It ain't none of that at all. Like, like I said, she is great at what she does. And I feel like to an extent, she is probably bored because there's nothing for her to do, because she doesn't really have anybody out there that's in a sense challenging her. So this is why, I sort of see her, dipping her toe directly into like MMA and different stuff of that nature. I get it. I 100% get it. You want something that's going to sit up there and spice it up. It's going to be different. That'll give you some type of excitement, because for female boxing, it ain't really nobody out there trying to do nothing. Like this woman has belts on belts on belts on belts, on top of the fact of being a an Olympic champion. I think what she got, like two gold medals representing the United States. Like I said, she about that life. Like the girl got hands on hands. you know. Um DSA once said, I seen an episode of that Korean show. It was crazy. Yeah, it was yo, if you've never seen the Physical 100, I would, if you got Netflix, I would tell you to go watch it. It is a very interesting show. Like I said, they got women in there and they got men. Everybody is very much in shape. They come from a variety of different places. You had one dude, I think he was like an ice or mountain climber. He was a rescuer. You had another dude that worked on the farm. You had somebody else that was like a bodybuilder. Other people that were like fighters. Like it was dope. It was a good show. It was a very, very good show. I feel like they should do that in America as well. I really feel like they should do it, and just to sit up there and make a point. Because again, people want to run their mouth and say a lot of things. You need to sit up there and show. You're going to show the best of the best, the people that are physically just there, who sign up and want to be in a competition, have men and women in the United States do the same thing that they did on the Physical 100. I want to see it. And I'm ready for all the outrage that is going to happen by way of a lot of women in America that are going to be complaining. It's going the crying would be great. It's going to be sweet tears, sweet tears. But back to what DSA once said. No, I have not chosen violence this morning. I am being a very understanding and compassionate person. That is where I'm at this moment in time. Fox said need a stomach, and he was being a big mean guy for actually not letting her win. She called him out on that matchup, by the way. It is what it is. You in a competition. You just, like, this is the thing that I don't understand. I don't get how, if a woman wants to challenge a guy to, do something. Matter of fact, because I know I still got this woman's picture up there. My main thing is that as a woman, how would you decide that you're going to call somebody out on competition and you decided to sign up for the competition. You thought it was just going to be women versus women. No, son, that's not what we're doing here. You're in a competition, and it is going to deal with every single thing, right? So this is what I'm talking about here. Just to give people like a reference. Like I said, everybody is in complete athletic shape. Like everybody did what they were supposed to sit up there and do in life to get the bodies that they got. Like I said, you can even see some of the people here. You got two women that are there. I think the one in the dark blue shirt, I think, was that a woman? Yeah, I think that was a woman because they didn't really. There was only one dude that had like long hair, and that was the dude that you see in the back next to the old man. The old man, he was cold. I would have thought he would have been like some type of like some triad yakuza, type of deal. Dude had like some tattoos. Man came in there looking like an old pimp. He had the silver, like the what white and black hair. He had like the jewelry on, like his hands had like the nice shirt on. The dude looked like a crime boss. I kid you not. Like if you played like Yakuza like a dragon or something like that, he looked like a crime boss from like one of those games. Like he just looked like somebody that would just appear, and then you would see like 100 henchmen just like fall from the sky, and they're just there. But like I said, the show is actually is pretty dope. It's pretty dope, and for those who in a sense, for the guys out there that want to like work out and stuff like that, it is pretty inspiring to see what hard work and dedication can do, where it can actually get you. If you sit up there and focus and you train yourself for different things of that nature, you can pretty much have a body just like the ones that you see directly in front of you. But going back to the main thing, it made no sense for her to call him out due to the fact that she's in a competition with men. You know how it is. It's an equal playing field. It's an equal playing field. Like I said, the crying that be happening, it's crazy. It's 1000% crazy. Like the crying just should not. I forgot to actually like switch the scene. My apologies. But the crying is crazy. The crying is 1000% crazy. Jug said, peace. I'll check the rest of the stream later. All right, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see. Hack sent the link. Hold on, let me see. Can I click on that from here? Hold on, I will have to figure out. Let me hold on, give me a second. Because now I got to go to YouTube. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully I'm signed into the right one. And I gotta figure out which channel we got sent to. This is what happens when I'm not signed into Discord. This is what that looks like. I gotta actually go through and try to get this. I don't think it's on the first channel. Okay, you did send on the first one. Okay. Let me see that. Wait, which is this? Let me see. Where's the volume for this? Let me just see this real quick. Hey, got Mario. That was throwing me off real quick. Hey, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure to. Yo, that's cool. That is dope. Yo, that was like a Mario themed. What's that? As soon as I technically I saw like Princess Peach and I saw like like the Mario's like standing up there and like the song, I'm like, oh snap! I had to make sure to turn that down because that is copyrighted music. YouTube will hit you real quick. Um, Let me see. I forgot how to say that name. Hold on. I want to say Marvel vs. Capcom, but MV said they basic but take the men from all over the place. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fox said all wins but a one via armbar, both lose by KO. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Tippy said, watch independent wrestling. The men fight women in brutal blood matches. I believe it. I believe it. Like I said, I'm about equality. If people are actually about that life where they're like, yo, I can do this. Like I said, you got the rare few women out here that are like, yo, I don't care what happens. I'm going to sit up there and prove a point, or I'm just going to get stronger so that I can do it. Like I said, I respect those women because they're about actually getting their hands dirty in training and taking, whatever comes. A lot of other women are just about running their mouth because they know that they have like, certain types of like protections that men ain't really going to take them serious, that men are going to show them an abundance of grace versus sitting up there showing them what time it is. Um, Tippy says, speaking of Yakuza, Seiji, did you watch the anime movie I told you about, the Black Samurai? I was supposed to watch it. I remember I was supposed to watch it when it first came out. It was that, and it was another black anime that was up there. I haven't watched a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I've actually missed out on. Let me tell you something. Um, Oh, you said it was Mario World in Osaka, Japan. Every time I hear Osaka, I think about SNK versus Capcom 2. Not sure if anybody played that back in the early 2000s at the arcade. I did, and that was the main level that I would be playing. Now heading to Osaka, Japan. That was, I'm telling you, SNK versus Capcom 2. If you are a fighting game fan, that should be one of the games that you know, and also the soundtrack to that game was dope as well. Dope game. Tippy said it's 3:26 a.m. and I can't sleep. You got that insomnia, and you are more than likely also a night owl. I would tell you if you actually had an Xbox, you could play Starfield. Starfield is a very great game. I also recommend that to a lot of people here. If you are a gamer, even if you're not, still recommend Starfield. If you got a PC, and if you got an Xbox Series S or X. Hack said that was fire. Hack said Japan is greater than America. Like I said, like, yo, Japan is dope. Japan, like, yo, if you are like a black dude and you have ever been into like anime or anything like Japanese, like, yo, you would have a field day in Japan. Anything that you can pretty much imagine as a guy that you would want to sit up there and see, they got it. America doesn't have that. That's why America technically sucks when it deals with like a lot of the stuff that they got. America don't really got stuff compared to like other countries. Because like if you think about, let's say, like anime and stuff like that, Japan, they have like stores specifically built around, like certain popular like animes. They might have amusement areas or parks, or they might have a ramen shop. Like they got the Naruto ramen shop and stuff like that. Like, like I said, Japan is cold. Japan is pretty dope. Japan is pretty dope. Like I said, they got a giant Gundam. If let me tell y'all something, if there was ever a point in time where the world was in distress and dire need of robots, I'm putting my money on Japan. Putting my money on Japan to sit up there and be the first ones to come up with a mobile suit. I'm not going to. I don't really have real hope in America like that. America's failed too many times. I'm putting money. I'm putting my money on Japan. I'm doing that. Tippy said, "Well, Lakeith Stansfield plays the Black Samurai." That's dope. That's dope. Ra Evans, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation, and good morning, depending on where you are at this moment in time. Tippy said it looks boring. Wait, what looks boring? Whoa, oh, you talking about Starfield? Oh, that's just you being a PlayStation person. That's all that is. That's all it is. Rara Evans said it is 6:30. I'm sorry, yeah, it's 6:36 a.m. over here. Okay. That's the East Coast or Midwest time frame. I got you. Hack said I climbed Mount Fuji with my hands. It was dope. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, one day, I'll be able to do some of that stuff. I'm going to be like you when I grow up. I want to be like you when I grow up. Tippy said, "Don't praise Japan. They don't like black people. Don't they do blackface and mammy every New Year?" You got that in Australia. You got that in some European countries. You got that in Asian countries as well. You got that. I mean, you had Trudeau that did it in Canada. Technically, you got that all over. Realistically, not giving an excuse or anything like that, but you know, um, I just look at it as at this moment in time. If I happen to go over to Japan as a black dude, if I go over to Japan, what's the likelihood of me just randomly getting like arrested or jacked up by the police or losing my life? Chances are very slim. Like I said, you gotta take the stuff how it is. If I wanted to travel, um, there wouldn't be a lot of places that I would travel due to the fact of people don't like black people and all this. The United States ain't really like black people. Still don't. But yet we're still here. We're still living. We're thriving. Uh, and different things of that nature. So you got to take the good with the bad. And stuff of that nature. Um, So, like I said, if you got places you want to sit up there and travel, it's like, yo, you only live once. It's like I said, you do as much of a understanding of the culture and the people as you can, and you just, in a sense, prepare for what might be the worst or whatever, and you just go from there. But you just enjoy yourself, and you can make it back home and say like, hey, I went here when I was such and such an age. You can show your grandchildren some pictures and stuff like that, and they're like, yo, I want to be like you. I want to travel, I want to go here, I want to go there, different things of that nature. um Rara ever said going to Africa in January. Yo, that is dope. That's another trip I would love to sit up there and take. I had some plans at a point. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna be going to, going to the, the coast and, trying to travel and trying to see some things. Like I said, there's areas of South America I want to visit, Africa, um, certain places in Asia I want to, visit as well, and, and see certain like statues and different things of that nature. Um, and I want to sit up there and try, various foods authentically, from those, places. Like I said, I've seen different types of like African types of fish, and things of that nature. I've seen things over in like Asian countries, and I've seen some real good food in some South American countries as well. Like I said, I'm a food type of person, so places got good food. Hey, I'm gonna have to put that directly on the list to try. But Africa, that is, it's a lot of stuff that I would want to go and see and do there. So congratulations to for that trip that you're gonna be taking in January. Congratulations. That's gonna be dope. That is gonna be dope. Um, Let me see. Hack said Japan is black friend, or I think you meant like black friendly. To be honest, Tippy said exactly. If all of us. Tippy said no hack. They smile on your face and stuff in the back. The Jomo said, going to Japan, those Japanese women will be on your case. Um, like I said before, you tend to, just mind your business. Like I said before, I will be moving different. I know, Hack is used to being in Japan, so he has a comfortability, so he ain't worried about it. For me, it's like, if I think about Japan, I'm just thinking about the Yakuza. Like, I already seen a video where some, I think it was Yakuza members. It was this African dude or whoever. Matter of fact, let me just scratch that. It was a dude that was not Caucasian, that was disrespecting the Japanese there. And he was told many times, he was given many warnings, he was shown a lot of grace, and he was still being disrespectful in Japan. They came to see him. There was about like 10, 15, maybe 20 deep. And they came directly to where he was staying and let him know what was up. Like I said, I ain't even mad at it. I'm not even mad at it. If you in another country, you need to respect the culture and the people there. Don't be coming to a whole nother country disrespecting people. So when that dude, when they rolled up deep to that place, And they were speaking. Even then, the dude was like, you could tell, like, the dude was like, he was angry with him, but he was still trying to be respectful. But he was letting him know, like, yo, you're making a lot of people here unhappy. You need to stop doing what it is that you are doing at this moment. Like I said, some people, again, some people gotta, be taught. Some people gotta be shown versus you sitting up there telling them, and that dude learned. So, like I said, it ain't worth the clout. It ain't worth the clout. But for me, if I go over there, I'm worried about the Yakuza. I'm like, yo, let me let me just, train up on different cultures and all this other type of stuff, things of that nature. Tippy said, wait. Did I skip one? Robert Evans said, travel is what you make it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's bars. That's bars. Tippy said, I want to travel to space. I'll be done. BS if aliens call me. Well, Tippy, if you want to travel to space, you should play Starfield. Starfield is that thing right there. If you want to travel to space, if you want to do that, play some Starfield. Let me see. Robert Evans said, yeah, I'm planning on going on a food tour. I love food too, especially Korean and Japanese food. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, yo, food from there. Like I said, when you're used to like American food, it's like, all right, yeah, American food. It's like, yeah, it's there, right? Because that's home. That's what you're used to. It's comfort. When you step outside of America and you try some like other foods authentically, like from the people, like of the culture, it's a mind blowing experience. It's like the amount of love and caring and dedication. Like you can taste the culture directly in the food. You can taste the love that the person has in the food. Like I said, that's more so than anything. That's what attracts me to um, food when it deals with somebody's culture. Like the amount of love and the energy and the amount of caring that they put directly in there. That's why a lot of people always say that a grandmother's cooking is basically the best. Like nobody can cook better than the grandmother, right? Because the amount of dedication, the effort, and the time and everything that she put directly in there. What was it? Tippy said, "Damn, autocorrect says you. I meant some not done. Oh well. Oh wow. Yeah, that autocorrect is getting you." Hack said there were times I was lost in Japan and I could ask the police for help and didn't have to worry about being called a slur or uh, getting shot 15 times. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Like I said, when I look at certain other countries, the police are ultra like respectful. Like it's not the same thing here where it's like you're afraid to in a sense talk to the police. You don't know what might potentially happen. You might ask them a question and then they might automatically assume like, yo, don't I know you? I think we're looking for somebody that fits your skin complexion, that fits whatever you're wearing right now. Oh, you're wearing like pink polka dots and you're dressed up as Ronald McDonald mixed with a Power Ranger. Yeah, I think we had somebody, we had an APB out on somebody that just robbed a bank. I think that's you. That's pretty much what happens. That's pretty much what happens. Um, Let me see what Hack said. Do you have a Skype or oh, you said Skype? Oh, that man took it back. You might as well be listing like Uvu, uh, Netscape, AOL. that man took it back. He said Skype. Woo, woo, man, taking it back. Yeah, I got Discord though. I could hop on that and tell you all what happened in Japan, the good and the bad. Okay. Wait, Hack, don't you got Xbox? Hack? I thought you had Xbox. I thought. Robert Evans said, yes, I grew up in New York, so I grew up eating culture food. Oh yeah. New York got a lot of good. Like, let me tell you something. The times that you guys might not see me online, I'm watching videos of different like foods. And some of the videos I've stayed on for quite a bit happens to be New York, like all over like New York. And they got like different like places for like bagels. They got like pizza. They got different stuff for like chopped cheese, different stuff for like hot dogs, or how people basically say franks, right? Uh, so like I tried to tell people in some previous, if you've never been to like New York, I recommend you go to like a bodega, which is basically a corner store, and you get you a chopped cheese. Try that out. It's a very great food. I wouldn't list Gray's papaya, but I know that some people who are part of this channel that are also from New York, they don't really like Gray's papaya like that. But due to the fact that I'm not. I didn't mean not really. I'm not from New York at all. I'm just Detroit. Gray's papaya is good. The pizza is also pretty good as well. Like I said, there's a lot of other stuff in New York that I want to try as well that I didn't get a chance to happen to list. Tippy said, "Y'all crazy. They eat anything, frogs, bats, and snails." Well, technically, the main place that I remember, no, the main way that I learned about snails and people eating snails was by the French. So over there in European countries where they would have like escargot, which is basically like snails and all of that good stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I got certain limitations. I might eat sushi. I don't really eat sea urchin. If people, I'm going to recommend this to people. If you've never tried sushi before, you can go for tuna. You can go for salmon. You can go for yellowtail. You can go for yellowtail scallions. Um, I would not recommend sea urchin. Sea urchin, out of all of sushi that I've tried, and I've tried a great deal. I've tried the squid. Um, I've tried. I think that do. I tried urchin, and I tried something else. Urchin is an acquired taste. I do not, and I repeat, I do not recommend trying sea urchin. Don't do it to yourself. Your body's going to let you know. Because sushi is normally, it has a certain type of texture. It has a firm type of texture to it because you're dealing with fish. Sea urchin is technically, it's liquid. So you got seaweed, you got rice, and then in the middle you have the liquid of sea urchin. There, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Yeah, that's what I had. I had eel. Eel is good too. I've had eel, lobster, crab, shrimp, and Dallas octopus. I think, or well, I did say squid, but squid and octopus are two different things. Whatever, y'all know what I'm saying. But I've had that, and it was just on a piece of on a rice, on a bed of rice. It was actually, it was pretty good, pretty good. Like I said, didn't need anything with it, but like I said, a lot of these things are acquired taste for people. So if you're not used to eating sushi, I would just recommend slow diving into it. California roll is not the way because you're just dealing with like vegetables and like avocado. So again, I would just say you could try the tuna, the salmon, yellowtail, like stuff like that, where you can get used to like the texture and the flavor and different things like that. Hack said I don't have the X bone. Yo, man, you PC people be hilarious. See, I'm a generalist. You know, Hack should know I'm a generalist out here. We got PC, PS5, uh, Series X, Nintendo. We out there. So I learned lessons of different stuff that's going on out here. Learn lessons, man. You got to stop being a hater on Xbox, man. Xbox is making some great strides, sir, great strides. Uh, Rara Evans said, "Little China, Little Italy, Little Russia, bodegas, African restaurants. The list goes on." Yep. Then I think I might. I'm trying to figure because it was so long ago when I had that. Did I have mackerel? I might have tried that at a restaurant called I think was it Little Tree. I think was it called? I think it was called Little Tree, but I think that restaurant is gone. But that was a restaurant in Royal Oak, Michigan. Tibby said, "You, yeah, I know you don't like sushi, Tibby. It's okay, it's okay. Hack said fatty tuna. I've never tried that. If that's the thing, I've never tried it before. Tippy said a slimy water snake. Well, Tippy, like I said, everything is an acquired taste. It's very acquired. Like I said, at this moment in time, if you're eating for certain restaurants, and you used to have a pigeon population, notice how that pigeon population ain't there no more, and but you're continuously eating the same food. Just saying, just letting people know. Rara Evans said, "I had the eel grilled on a stick. Yo, that's probably actually pretty good. All I just had like normal eel on a bed of rice. That was it. That's probably actually pretty good. Pretty good. I might have to try that one day. See, that sounds like something from Thailand or Japan, Thailand, things of that nature. Like I said, this is why I want to sit up there and travel. Like the fresh air that's directly out there to be able to see like, nature, to be able to see like the culture and stuff like that. Like I said, it's dope. Tippy said, I do like sushi. All right, Tippy, look here, you're flip flopping. You're flip flopping. Make up your mind. Make up your mind to be flip flopping on me. First of all, you should like sushi due to the fact that you're out there in Cali, and y'all got a lot of great fooderies directly out there. And this is the one thing I will sit up there and state to a lot of people too when it deals with traveling. Um, when it deals with like the food trucks and stuff, yo, the food trucks, oh my God. Beautiful. Now, let me tell you, if you've never been to New York, they got a lot of food trucks. They got Indian food trucks. They got Latin food trucks. I think they might have some Venezuelan. They got Puerto Rican. They got Caribbean. Uh, Pretty much any ethnicity that you can name of, they got a food truck somewhere out there in New York. And the food is always great. Always great. I think it was a food truck. It should have been on at the train station was it 125th? I think it was. I think I think that's where we were at that day when it was that snowstorm. Yeah, I think it should have been like 125th. I think it should have been right out there on the street. I think it was like a little Indian spot though. But regardless, the food trucks are great. Cali has like some food trucks. They got some people like cooking food on the street. Like yo, that's the type of stuff that makes you want to travel. Like seeing like people like really chefing it up, and oh my goodness, I'm hungry right now. I'm probably gonna fix something in a minute. Hey, we got Pink in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Um, Let me see. Tippy said, "I just won't eat eel or other seafoods." You sound like a hater, Tippy. That's what a hater sounds like, ma'am. Um, Rara said, "Try going to H Mart." H Mart. H Mart. Wait, now I gotta type that in. I gotta type that in. You said H Mart. Hold on. Let me type that in real quick. Okay, so they got that in Yonkers and New Rochelle. They got it in White Plains. They got it in Central Ave, North Central Ave. They got it at Central Park Ave as well. Huh. Never heard of that. I think you know what? Let me take that back. I might have. Oh, that's an Asian supermarket? Oh my God. Dear God. Why did you show me this? Why did you show me this? And I'm looking at one of the H Marts, and they well, I think this one might actually be somewhere else though, because I'm seeing like a full-on Asian population. Wait. Yeah, it's like a full-on Asian population. Ooh, that's in Philadelphia. Wait, what? It's in Philadelphia looking like that? Wow, I didn't know Philadelphia had an Asian population like that. They got an H Mart in Chicago? Yo, I gotta, man. If they got, let me tell you, if I see any of these pictures and they got like sushi just like set up somewhere, oh, it's over. It's curtains. I'm going to go broke if I ever see a H Mart. I am going to go broke. So they said the headquarters for it is in, what is it? Lyndhurst, Bergen County, New Jersey. They have 84 stores throughout the United States, operated variously as H Mart, H Mart Northwest, and H Mart Colorado. They got one in Colorado? What? They got an Asian population in Colorado like that? And they got 2 stores in the Pacific Northwest, operated as G Mart. That's a cold name right there. Yeah, I'm about to head out to the G Mart real quick. You want some? Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like G Mart. I like that. Robert, I said Indian food is good. I need to work on my spice tolerance. Yo, I had some level 2 curry, and that was at a Asian spot in New York. I forgot the name of the restaurant. It was like a small, it almost looked like a small hole in the wall type of like restaurant, and the curry was nice. This is my one issue though. Like I said, I love Asian food. This is my one issue though. If you're going to do curry, give people more rice. I literally had a small bowl of rice and I had a whole bunch of curry covering my plate. I'm like, bro, what am I supposed to do with this? This is like, what am I supposed to like soup this up? Like, I'm just going to be like souping up the curry. It's like, no, it's technically too hot. But it's like, once you got used to it, trust me. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not have a tolerance for curry, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you're not really leveled out for spices, you will be when you start eating like a level 2 curry. You will be sweating out your deodorant. If whatever antiperspirant that you had is going to be working overtime. If you're not sweating under your arms, you're going to be sweating from your back, your neck. You're going to be sweating from your shoulders, around your waist, your forehead. Your nose is going to be running. It's going to be happening. It's going to be happening. And I'll tell you this too. The other reason why I like Indian food, first of all, let me just get this straight. When you look at people who got clear skin, you'll sit up there and see like Africans, you'll see Indians, and you'll see Asians. Especially, let's just deal with the Indians first. And I'm talking about from India. You don't really see them with blemishes on their skin because of the stuff that they are eating continuously in their foods, like the spices and the herbs and everything like that. Like I said, it's a reason why when you go there, like their skin is just looking immaculate. Same thing in Asian countries. Like a lot of some of the stuff that he's sitting up eating, they put some great deal of stuff in their foods, or they put way less than what we have in our American foods. Um, so like I said, a different pace and changes in foods would more than likely benefit a lot of people. Just putting that out there. Pink said, "I just woke up and saw you were live. What did I miss?" Well, we went over a few. Matter of fact, I'll just do like a little quick recap. I'm just going to play all the videos back to back, just so that people can catch up on what was going on. I know it might throw people a little bit off, but I'll just do it, this time because Pink just, woke up. So I'm just going to give you a little before the video. So the one video I'm going to show you has to do with a Maryland cop who decided that he wanted to, while on the clock, he brought a woman directly into the back of his cop car.
Vaya. Para el carro, mira, para atrás la lleva, mira, ve. Ey, no, mira, para... corriendo ya, mira. Ey, yo. Quítate, maje, ¿verdad? Quítate, Ale. Ey, yo.
Ay, pero por lo menos disimulándote para allá, de escondido.
Es un animal, es policía pelón.
So again, in that video, that was a Maryland cop who is at this moment in time, he is suspended for what he was doing on duty, which was taking a woman to the back of his squad car. And, like I said, maybe they were just playing some chess, some Monopoly. They were playing Doctor, Hungry Hungry Hippo. They were playing a game of life. Sorry, maybe some Scrabble or some Parcheesi. They could have been doing a variety of things. So the next video has to do with a pastor that was not fully ready to come out, right? I mean, out of the closet, but his hand was forced by way of the person that he placed, a certain type of faith and trust directly into. And that person decided to put all the business and the information, put the Cash App out there, put text messages out there. There's also a video of the pastor with another man and things of that nature. And this is, the pastor and what he had to state.
Transparent. And as simple as this, I messed up. This has been a really, really hard few days, but I struggled. And the struggle didn't just begin. The struggle has been a struggle. And the conviction has been great. And many times people don't know how to accept the struggle of a leader or the struggle of the pastor, and they take the human and the man out of the pastor, out of the bishop, out of the apostle, out of the prophet. I didn't address what should have been addressed in my life, and you all seen it. I don't have to recap it. You seen the video, but other people will paint a picture of you to be the worst person in the world because of a failure. I want to take my responsibility. That's my public statement. I want to take my responsibility and I want to repent before God. I want to take off my title and take off my hat and take off all the articulations of my duties.
So that was the video where the pastor was, in a sense, trying to come be as forthcoming as possible due to the fact of everything that was out there. Yeah, like I said, you can hear some pain and hurt there, not just due to the fact that the video and information is directly out there, but also due to the fact that he is now forced to face something that he more than likely is still not prepared or ready to specifically face, which is the fact that he likes being with men. This is a part of him. This is something that he really wasn't ready to move forward with, but somebody of course decided that they wanted to out him for whatever reasons that they quote unquote have. So then the next video that we have after that is a Caucasian woman who decided that she wanted to call white men basic, and stating her observation on how it is that they were with women in these in Thailand or Bangkok, wherever she was at this moment in time at the airport. But I'll let her basically sum it up.
The amount of white dudes with Thai women that are waiting to board international flights, it's an absurdity. It is crazy. Like, half of the couples in this airport right now are beautiful Thai women with super basic white dudes.
Right. So within that video, you were able to hear the fact that she was, in a sense, clowning the guys, calling them basic, even though that those basic guys were able to get with what she called beautiful Thai women. It's a little bit confusing. So if the guys are basic, that means that they would not be able to get with those women. But yet, no matter how basic they are, they were still able to get with those women. They might be in relationships, married, or whatever it is. They were still able to get and obtain their attention while you're focused on what it is that they are doing, right? So then She had this response later on.
Seem to have triggered a lot of you basic white men. I would like to clarify that I'm not judging and I don't have a problem. I'm not sure you realize what an observation is, but I was pretty clear that this was an airport observation. So I'm sorry you're hurt.
So in that part, you were able to hear the sarcasm and the sorry because she is really just feeling herself at this moment in time, and still deciding to call those men basic, even though they were able to pull what she described as beautiful women. Right. So, like I said, it doesn't make too much sense, other than the fact that she is unhappy with her life and how things specifically have been going for her. So that was in a sense like the short cliff note version, Pink, of everything that we watched and talked about for the main duration of the hour. And then the rest of like the 50, it was just like various, in a sense, like conversations, and stuff of that nature. And we got Rara in here putting out all the spices and like the Indian food. I really think that Rara might be a chef, because I'm like, the way that you just like rattled off all of those spices, I'm like, I know some of them because I used to do stock, and I know like like the saffron, the fenugreek, I know ghee, things of that nature. I'm like, yo, you really know some of the stuff. I'm like, I think you might be a chef. I think you might be a chef. Hack said, posted the images. Okay, I got you. I got you. I'll sit up there and check those out in a minute. In a minute. What we got here? Tippy said maybe they want a green card. Hey, this is all I'm wait, hold on. Pink said, thanks for the update. No problem, no problem, no problem. No problem. What did Tippy say? Maybe they wanted a green card. This is the way I look at it. If that is their business deal, that's their business deal. If they came to a thing or was like, hey, I look great, I basically would fit and make you, in a sense, look better as a guy, and have people wanting to like talk to you, be like, yo, how did you pull her? And people will sit up there and ask that question. If they see an average or quote unquote a basic looking guy with what somebody would consider a beautiful looking woman, that would really turn a lot of like eyes. People would really be interested. And then you would have women, oddly enough, that are not even interested in that guy. They would now give that guy attention because they see the type of woman that is with him. It's crazy how a lot of this stuff works. Psychology is an amazing thing, an amazing thing. But yeah, if that's what two consenting adults decided to do, have at it. Have at it. Have at it. Like I said, whatever is making them happy, whatever benefits, it's beneficial on both sides. Hey, it works out. Like I said, everybody know what it is. That's the only thing I care about. As long as both people are on the same page and they know what's going to happen at the end of the road, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But that woman right there, again, you're running your mouth for like no reason, talking about a group of men that you don't even care about. And you're a traveling woman going all over the world, seeing the best sights, living your best life. You should be worried just solely about what it is that you are doing. Rara ever said, Jack of all trades, master of none. There was also some more to that Jack of all trades thing. I forgot what was it? Officer Haku said it, or no, or did I see it on like TikTok? I forgot. I saw it somewhere. But there's more to that. There's more to that. Rara ever says she's jealous. I mean, I guess you could say that she's jealous. I don't really see it due to the fact that she's continuously saying that all of these dudes are basic. But the one thing that I do realize, psychology, that if somebody in a sense wants a certain type of attention, you go at it the opposite way. So instead of her trying to, let's say, like pander or go after what she considers basic guys, she's going to do the opposite. She's going to talk about the basic guys in a negative way so that all of those guys can give her attention. But at the end of the day, it didn't really like pan out too well because that video, the first video that I showed y'all, that's the only one that got like 1 million views. Other than that, the rest of her videos are low view count, and it's only a few videos directly on her social media that she got up there on TikTok. That's it. But yeah. But like I said, wait, what did Tippy say? Tippy says she could easily get a black guy. She has the main requirement being white. LOL. Look here. I can't speak for everybody. I can just speak for myself. The main thing that automatically deems a person unattractive is exactly how she was carrying herself. Like I said, that's not becoming of a lady. That's not becoming of a woman at all. Like you're carrying yourself in that type of way where it's like you can't even like stay focused on what it is that you're supposed to be focused on, and you're busy worried about what other women are, with. That's crazy to me. That's showing a lot of insecurities. That's what is giving off, and like I said, you might be, like I said, it is highly possible you might have, a black guy that might be like, hey, how you doing? You might have a black guy that might do it, but like I said, whatever people want to sit up there and do in life, it's whatever people got to deal with the consequences. People got to deal with the consequences. Oh, we got Tippy said she could easily. Oh no, we got that. Robert Evans said was no need for her to say anything, nothing nice to say nothing at all. Her attitude makes her undesirable. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. That's my main point right there. Like I said, no guy is trying to sit up there and, like, realistically, that whole thing, that whole discourse that she was given, like, that's unpleasant, 100%. Like I said, if you're a woman and you are secure in like your own like energy within like yourself and everything like that, you're going to attract the men that you desire, or you're just going to attract men naturally because men are going to see that. But when you're like you're insecure and you're saying all of this other type of stuff on, like, don't no guy want to deal with that. Like, that looks like that makes you look crazy. That makes you look really crazy and really insecure. No guy wants to sit up there and deal with a woman that has like insecurities like that, because at the end of the day, it's going to cause a problem to the guy. Because if she's insecure like that, then what does that mean if she gets married or remarried or has a boyfriend, and there's other girls that look better than her and they're giving her guy attention, right? How is she going to sit up there and react? It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Tippy said, I'm just saying, to a certain black man, they wouldn't care about her bad attitude. They just care because she's white. No. I'm not disagreeing. Yeah, you got those out there. Like you do have those directly out there. Trust me. I done showcased some videos over time and different things of that nature. But like I said, people got to deal with the consequences and their choices. Specifically in life. I'm out of the game of trying to let people know, like, hey, certain things could potentially go wrong, especially trying to tell black people some stuff. Man, I let it be what it's gonna be. Like I said, you gotta show people better. You can sit up there and tell them. Like I said, people learn. Let me see what we got. What else we got? Didn't I have another video I wanted to? I might have. I would actually have to search real quick. Let me see real quick. Which one of these windows? I might actually have another video. because y'all just reminded me of something here. I gotta look back. I might actually have to download it. Another video I just wanted to bring up technically is, well, I did put this up on the other channel, but I gotta download it first. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see. There is a conversation. I'm pretty sure some people know who Dr. Boyce Watkins is. And I also have an understanding that, some people have some issues with Dr. Boyce Watkins. Like I said, I'm not really here for that or anything of that nature. But what I do want to do is that I want to have you guys look at some of the things that people stated. Let me see if I can get the image up there for you guys. Might be able to post it. Let me see, presentation. Wait a minute. Let me see custom files. Let me see all files. Right there. I can't upload that file type. Okay, I got you. No problem. So let me do it on OBS. Like I said, I try to, cover a variety of different topics here. Right? So this is just to highlight some of the stuff that people, were saying directly when this was posted. And you had a lot of people that had a problem specifically with what Boyce Watkins had stated. He said Chicago has black kids erasing each other, yet we only react when CNN markets the erasure of a black man by the way of white cop. Why do you think, that this is, right? You have one person that basically said, you would have told, basically referring to Boyce Watkins, basically stating that you would have told Nat Turner to set up Fred Hampton and infiltrate the Nation of Islam and the Black Panthers. You're not for black empowerment. Another person said that, let me see if I can get that, what's the name down there? Another person stated that white people and people of color erase each other, right, every day too, but leave it to a grifting black man with no solutions to start the black on black crime BS. Tell us in your opinion, OP, what is your solution to stop black on black crime that keeps you awake at night? Another person, why are you in Chicago? Go back to Kentucky. I'm tired of you jumping on social media and downing my people in my city. For you to be married to a social worker who can explain the impact of flooding our cities with drugs, mass incarcerations of black men, defunding our schools, and etc. Last but not least, another person basically stated, please, let's not start with the but what about black on black crime stuff? Difference is, once those black kids get caught in Chicago, after they're erased, after they take a life, they get football numbers to life sentences versus a white cop who targets a black person because of race who might get 5 to 10 years off. So my thing is, what do you feel? How do you guys feel? I'm sorry, I didn't have it switched over, so now you guys can actually see it instead of having to zoom in. How do you guys specifically feel about Boyce Watkins' line of question there? That's what I want to know there. How do y'all specifically feel about that? Let me see, because I'm trying to upload this other image there. I think I can loop that. Yeah, there we go. That was the actual image that I wanted to put. I think I'm actually have to make it a little bit smaller because I'm trying to look at it on screen as well because I'm trying to line it up for you guys. Give me a second. Trying to might have to minimize it like that so y'all can completely see it. Yeah, that's better. So let me know how y'all feel about that in the comment section. Let me see. Fox said, I'm from Chicago and know these kids aren't. He needs to get out of here. Get out of here in the streets more before speaking. Says, sounds like he's not fully in control of his own bottom line and needs to play the fence. Oh, well, I'll tell you this because I'm not specifically. Well, hold on. Rara Evans said, well, there is no proof to be made broadcasting black and black crowd. That's true. Tibby said, I don't really watch Boyce Watkins. What happened? So I'll say this to Fox. I've only been to Chicago just to like visit, and I was downtown, and it was beautiful. It looked great. It looked pretty awesome. Now, there is something that did, take place that did happen. But I'm not going to, broadcast it as that this is what all the kids in Chicago do. That was just that grouping, that was there. But I will sit up there and say that from an outsider and looking at the things that get shown, the only things that get shown about Chicago are, let's say, like O Block, right? The different gangs that are there, um, the crime and stuff and things of that nature get talked about. Nothing media wise, you never get a chance to hear anything positive about Chicago at all, at all. And I know that it's a ploy because coming from Detroit, this is the same thing that they would do to Detroit. They would always talk about, oh, Detroit is it's like a war zone. White people really try to make it seem like, oh yeah, it's like it's gun battles like on every single block, every single day. Like there's always tons of crime on every single street, and like it's so. I get what it is that you're stating. Trust me, 100%, because I've heard it for oh so long. Um, but it comes to a point where it's up to a lot of us to switch and change that narrative on that. But it's up to us to pretty much change that whole narrative and different things of that nature. That's why whenever I would happen to do live streams and I would talk about Detroit, I would talk about other things. I would talk about some more positive things, or the positive things that I have been able to see or witness or been a part of in my life, and things of that nature. um but like I said, it's a tough thing, because this is the main thing. Like, again, I'm not a Chicago native, but in my own way, I've tried to, in a sense, stand up for Chicago, and I've tried to tell people, like, if you want to talk about the crime in Chicago, let's take it back to white Chicago. Let's take it back to the St. Valentine's Day massacre, where that was one of the bloodiest and most violent massacres in the United States history, and that wasn't black people. That's historical. That's history that's there. There are pictures that are still there. So I'm like, if we really want to talk about violence and things coming from and stemming from certain places, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the history of the prohibition. Let's talk about how people were bootlegging back then, and how the mobs were literally holding down corners and blocks, and how they had territories, how the cops were getting crooked, how they were crooked. They were getting paid directly under the table, and the mob literally owned Chicago. Let's talk about that. But nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to bring that up. Everybody wants to now talk about, oh, look at how bad Chicago is. It's because of blacks. It's because of the black people. And I'm like, really? I'm like, what happened to the previous before black people got was like really the face of Chicago? What were all the white people doing? What were they doing? What were all the mob bosses doing? What were all the cops doing back then? Right? Back when people had speakeasies and all this other type of stuff, people had underground railroads in order to bootleg liquor and put it to like one place to another during the prohibition. Like when let me tell you something, when I was in a history class, that was one of I scored an A whenever we had a test. It was an A. Whenever we had to deal with like the prohibition and bootlegging, I was interested. I'm like, yo, white people was really doing this. It was really doing these crimes. Like, yo, they was really it was out there. They was in the streets. Like when people say that they outside, yeah, they was outside back then. It was really outside. But like I said, nobody wants to talk about that though. Whenever people talk about Chicago, they never want to talk about where it started, where all of this came from. So if you have some type of criminality going on and it's dealing with black people, wouldn't that, in a sense, historically stem from a point in time where these people were able to witness and see this type of violence and different things carry on, and they were looking at the success of these people and how it is that they had their tailor-made suits, they had their nice cars, they were going to the restaurants, they had the power and the money and the respect, they had the city in their hands. So wouldn't people who don't exactly have a taste of that, wouldn't they want to like try to emulate that or implement that in their lives in some type of form, fashion, or way? But like I said, nobody wants to talk about that though. Nobody wants to bring that up. Fox said, spot on. That's exactly what the image of Chicago is, Seji. These children are doing amazing things every day, but only the negative is being promoted and highlighted. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. And, you know, that's also the dominant thing in a lot of black cities. And this is the main thing, too. I recently came across, like, it was a young black dude on TikTok. What I've started seeing a huge grouping in now. Well, I'm not going to say huge. What I've now started really seeing an influx in is that I've started seeing younger black guys who are, you know, potentially, you know, more conservative or conservative leaning. They will start making content surrounding about black people, trying to talk about, oh, black privilege, or, you know, if a white person did this, then, you know, they would be labeled racist. But if a black person, you know, they'll start doing, you know, a whole bunch of, you know, things of that nature. And they'll start trying to quote unquote highlight some things in the black community as if they're really showcasing something that people ain't already or still ain't talking about, you know, still to this time. But the most interesting thing about some of those content creators is 9 times out of 10, they're not about to go directly in that community and really do anything. They're not about to really sit up there and, you know, try to talk to the kids or different things of that nature. They'll make videos. They'll sit up there and talk about, you know, how these kids act here and how they do this and all this other. But 9 times out of 10, they're not really about to try to do nothing. Right? Because the content is the main thing that sells. Because if you happen to talk negatively about black people, it sells. Everybody around the world is going to eat that up. But this is the main thing I want people to understand. There's a difference between somebody that is black making content to negatively talk about black community to like bring them down and do it in such a negative fashion versus somebody critiquing the actions of black people and within the black community. Is two different things. Two different things. But the people that I'm talking about who are these types of, you know, content creators who are black or appear to be black, because like I said, some people are from a whole bunch of other places. They take on the black American, you know, accent and linguistics and all of those good things, including the fashion. And then they end up being from a whole nother country. And then, you know, talking about, you know, us here and stuff of that nature. So like I said, that's going to be a whole nother problem. That's going to be a whole nother issue later on. That's going to have to be combated and talked about and and all that good stuff. Uh, Let me see. Tippy said, "Oh, Tippy talking about food. I got you. I got you." Tippy said they don't talk much about the drug zones in Philly. I see mostly white people looking like zombies. Oh, I've highlighted. You already know, Tippy. I've highlighted quite a lot of this stuff. They got zombie lands all across America at this moment in time due to the opioid crisis, and black people didn't do that. We didn't have we didn't have nothing to do with that. That is them jacking up their own communities, and that's also due to the fact that they've allowed their own corporations. They've allowed their own corporations um, to make a lot of these drugs and give them directly to their own communities legally. Legally able to make money, legally able to sell these directly into stores, and knowing that this can cause an addiction. So much so that if you look on, I think it's Netflix right now, they have a movie directly about this, and it was with the dude from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He's like the main uh, person that's a part of like the family. I forgot the name of the family, but I covered them before in a previous story. Um, Positive Queen on Purpose said, "I think the mob runs America." Yeah, mob. Like I said, the mob had to do stuff differently. They had to move with the times. The mob is still around. Trust me. If you go to certain areas where it was like really like it used to be like heavily like Italian and stuff like, yeah, you'll see residuals. They're there. They're sitting there quiet. They move different. Like I said, they still got money. They still got pulled directly in the government and with the cops and everything like that. Like I said, they gotta understand it. They work with the system instead of against it. As long as they not doing stuff that's like bringing the spotlight directly to them, they good. Like I said, you gotta change with the times. They're chameleons right now. People think that the mob is no longer here, but they are still here. People just ain't realizing yet. Um, Fox said, "I'm glad you're informed slash educated on my city. It's frustrating having convo with indoctrinated people, mostly from our own people." No, trust me, like yo, I understand because I come from Detroit and I've seen it, and I've had to sit up there and have conversations with people, and I had to like let them know, like, trust me, the early 2000s, getting online and you're looking at news stories from like let's say like Fox 2 or Channel 4, like a Channel 7, stuff like that, you will end up seeing a whole bunch of white people speaking on Detroit. And I'm like, you live in West Bloomfield Hills, you live in Royal Oak, you live in Southfield, you live in Hells, Michigan, or wherever. You live in Utica, you live in Ypsilanti. Like I could list so many other places that people don't even know that those places even exist, but yet these people are speaking on Detroit and the people that are there. Like I've seen people basically, oh, Detroit is like a wasteland. It just needs to be, nuked and started over. Like these are the things that they would sit up there and say, basically stating that the inhabitants of Detroit are useless, should not be there, should not be existing. And I'm like, that's the most craziest thing to sit up there and see. Then people want to go further and try to list certain statistics and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, it's easy for a group of people to want to list stats and they want to talk badly about people in the black community when you don't have anything to compare, or at least nothing that anybody knows of. But now we do. So now we got the opioid crisis. Now we got, people turning into zombies and all this other type of stuff. Now you got their families sitting up there, you losing loved ones on the streets. And now the same stuff that they complained about the inner city that they didn't really care about because it was the inner city, and they just felt that if they let it go on long enough that everything was going to take care of itself, meaning that there were going to be no more people there. Now they have to deal with those issues that they didn't want to face. So all the times that they decided for the past 20 years that I've seen them online talking badly about black people in Detroit, I'm looking at all of these suburbs facing the exact same issues. I'm looking at all of these areas face the exact same things when it's dealing with the police and how it is that they're getting treated and how it is that they're getting seen and how it is that they're getting arrested. Like I said, this is what happens. And like I said before, and now because you decided to, run your mouth in that direction about black people, quote unquote, the inner city, urban areas, now you're not going to have anybody to actually speak for you. Now you're not going to have anybody that's actually going to care about your circumstances or what is specifically happening. Now, what I expect to happen is that all of those conservative black folks who want to speak horribly on, black people and want to speak negatively in a negative fashion, I expect them to, with open arms, be pulling these people from the suburbs into their homes. I expect them to be donating money. I expect them to come up with a fantastical cure for the opioid crisis. I expect them to be saving a lot of Caucasian lives directly out here, but I promise you they won't. Like I said, they know their place and they're going to stay directly in that place, and they are not going to sit up there and shift from that place. So again, this begs the question, how much do people actually really care about the stuff that they pretend to talk about? Right? Um, what else we got? Let me see. Positive Queen on Purpose said, I've been thinking that for a while. First time I've said it out loud though. I got you. I got you. Fox said no one speaks about Fred Hampton doing all he can to better the black community and being infiltrated and murdered because the country doesn't want to see and uplift the black community. Oh no, it gets talked about. But whenever you mention like the Black Panthers or any type of black movement, people want to try to speak negatively directly on them, especially if you have black people who are in the conservative type of area. They will heavily they will either not speak about it, or if they do speak about it, it won't be in a historical type of context, because their main thing is that, oh, black people always portray themselves as the victim. They always want to be the victim. They never do this. They never do that. Yada yada. They'll always tend to go that route, and they will more than likely happen to say that, oh well, the Black Panthers, what happened to them? That happened because of what it is that they were doing. They were probably doing some other things that weren't really getting talked about. We're only getting one side of the story dealing with the Black Panthers. We're not hearing it from the other aspects of the other communities. It'll be some stuff like that to try to justify a reason for why it is that you had young men being erased. Like I said before, you going from that, you also got I think it should have been in Philly. Somebody can correct me if I was wrong. Back in what was it, like the 80s? What was it, like 84? Wasn't I think was it 84? I think it might have been 84. It was a block in Philadelphia that was like firebombed by police. Somebody can correct me if I was wrong. I remember I covered it a few times during some live streams and maybe a few videos. But like I said before, this is what it looks like. This is what happens. So it's to be expected. Let me see what we got. Wait, you said Tippy said like SEIJIHITO versus that ex cop. What's his name? Wait, who are you talking about? Ex cop? What ex cop, Tippy? I'm a little bit confused. Tippy said, "Bless you, thank you." Robin said, "Yeah." Yo, that guy from Texas. What is up? What is up? That guy from Texas said here in Houston, K2 is everywhere. You can find people passed out on sidewalks downtown. Yeah, that's bad. I remember when like K2 was like, when it started making like mainstream news, like for the first time, I was like, yo, people are really out here smoking this? I remember when I sat up there, like when I like in Detroit, I remember walking into like gas stations and you would see it. I think it would be like in a black wrapper or like a gold wrapper or something like that. And when you look at it, it would tell you like it is not for consumption. It is not for you to smoke. It was more so I think of like an incense or something like type of thing. But you wasn't supposed to be like doing that. That's like it was madness. It was straight madness. Um, especially in Italy. Right. Oh, you were talking about the mob, yeah. Rival said they still around, letting small fries do the dirty work and sitting back getting rich. Oh yeah. That's bars. That's bars. Rara ever said, like they speak about the five boroughs. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Timothy said, "What happened? I just got here." Right now we're just talking about. I was just asking what is people's opinion on Boyce Watkins and what it is that he stated. Like I said, I see it from a different type of view. Um, like I said, it's a tough type of thing. Now, specifically, he decided to highlight. I put it here like this: he specifically decided that he wanted to highlight, Chicago as a prime example because I guess like that's where he's stationed, that's where he lives, instead of generally talking about black cities in America. Now, there was one guy. What was it? Which comment was it? It was the third comment directly on the image that I got in front of you, where the guy was offended, and rightfully so. I get it, right? Because you get to a point where you're in a city and all you hear is that people are talking, negative, right? Again, coming from Detroit, at one point in time, if people wanted to talk about a bad city or a city that was in poor shape or whatever, they would always talk about Detroit. People would try to talk about the worst areas of Detroit, but they wouldn't talk about the positive black areas that are specifically, in Detroit. And this is how I know that a lot of those people are not who talk about Detroit. They're not from Detroit because they would know that they have historical positive black areas in Detroit that are not run down, that are well kept, where the older people are still residing there. They're taking care of their homes and the neighborhoods are getting taken care of and everything like that. Like I said before, you can tell when people don't live there by how it is that they speak and how it is that they refer to the people and different things, of that nature. I just look at it as like Boyce Walker should have worded it differently. Some people will sit up there and say, well, the truth hurts and you can't sugarcoat the truth and different. If you want to get a point across, you at certain times you got to sit up there and word that. You got to word it differently in order for people to understand what it is that you are trying to state. One of the things that I broke down in a video on the other channel is the fact that two problems are highlighted within what Boyce Watkins stated. He talked about the issues which is crime within proximity. And then the other issue, which is, black men or young black boys losing their lives to white cops, right? And then the aspect of how there's less coverage on one, but more coverage on another. By way of, in a sense, letting you know that there is a profit to be made when the media wants to highlight a shooting that took place. They'll be like, oh, guess what? This black man, ended up, having his life erased, by this cop 99 different times, right? They'll make sure to show you that on the media. They'll put that out there because it is going to give a emotional response from black people. We're going to feel a certain type of way because it's going to bring up trauma because we've continuously seen or heard of these stories. For me, I've seen a lot of the videos. So those videos are still there. They're still with me. Those emotions that I had during those times, I can still remember, each one of those feelings as if it's a different page on a book, but it's still a part of the exact, same book. So, like I said, there's a monetized thing that is there, that even though the wording is going to be offensive to people, he's in a sense telling people what it is and why it is that one thing gets highlighted and not another. Basically saying that these things, both of these issues, which have to do at the end of the day with black men losing their lives, one is deemed more important than the other. Now, again, we can say that dealing with the white cops, yeah, we got historical context in there because this is something that's happened to black people. This is true, 100%. But we also have to sit up there and look at the fact that if they talk about me and another black man getting into an argument and somebody losing their lives, they can't make money off of that. They're not going to be, trying to, run, some real serious commercials directly on that. But if they do the reverse, if it was me, and then I had an altercation with somebody that was Caucasian, and the things went in reverse, then guess what? They can sit up there and sell that story, and they can make money. So again, those two stories, if a black man is erased, right, they can profit off of that story. If it's the reverse and a black man survives, they can profit off of that story. But if it deals with two black men getting into an altercation because of crime within proximity, they can't make money off of that because don't nobody want to hear it. Right? So, this is why I sit up to say, like, when I look at certain things, I view it a little bit differently. Versus, how some people might, directly see it. Because, like I said, and again, I'm not dismissing anybody's feelings directly on, when stuff like this is stated. I just had to get to a point where I had to just look at it a little bit differently. Because again, coming from Detroit, I see things a little bit different. Now, to try to highlight this a little bit, again, some people might have, some problems. The one time I'm doing the video, you want to try to be up here. If you don't get down. So I'm going to try to get these two images. So these are just some stats. Like I said, people can, do their own research. People can happen to take them with with a grain of salt. And my main thing is that when it comes to like certain things at certain times, conversations that are productive need to take place and need to actually happen. Because again, I couldn't sit up there and tell you how I would, specifically feel if I have a son and, something basically, transpires. Like I said, I've watched a lot of videos of parents that are heartbroken, that they don't know what to do. They're looking for, answers and they can't really get any. But so again, people can take it with a grain of salt. This is something that is taken directly from the FBI. These are from just the 2 years of 2018 and 2019. And I highlighted the main stats. So again, like other people have stated, of course, in other countries, not other countries, of course, in other areas, when you look at, white people, of course, they're sitting up there causing issues amongst their own people. Again, you got crime directly in proximity, but you never hear of white on white crime, right? You just hear of crime. That's it. When it is a black people, it's called black and black crime. And that is in order to monetize and make a type of money directly in or around that topic. Because obviously for black people, we can't make money specifically talking about this, but everybody else can, right? But when you look at the stats, directly here, that is a problem. And, like I said, my condolences to those who have lost, sons, those who have lost, grandfathers, who have lost uncles, because I've lost an uncle. And that was also, partly due to the fact that he was an addict. as well. While and other people have ended up going to prison because they made the wrong choices, and they wanted to take somebody's life because of an emotional response that they had to something. And you know, like I said, this is not indicative of every single black man or young black boy directly out there, but it's a problem nonetheless. And even though it might not be me, it might not be you or anybody that uh, somebody out there within the community, you know, is going to do something irrational and is going to in effect affect untold number of lives. So, and the main solution that I set up there and gave in the video on other channel was that I told people that therapy is the one key to this, where you have a lot of people in the black community that have unresolved traumas and issues. And because of those traumas and those issues, this is why they, you know, lash out and they do a lot of the things that they do. Right. Another thing that I set up there listed is the fact that people need to sit down and actually have conversations with their kids, be parents, be a family. Because within a lot of black families, and if people are honest, because I can sit up there and be honest, at least when it deals with me and mine, um, you got family out there that you cannot specifically sit down and have a conversation with without getting angry, because you know how people are going to get, how people are going to act, um, or because of past histories, directly, with people. And, the main thing that I've tried to state to people is that I'm not saying 100% that you got to forgive everybody for something, but you got to move to the point where you can become better as a person, where that's not going to like hold you, directly in that one place, because those other people that you might have an issue with, they're moving on or they're doing whatever they sitting up there doing with their life, while you're sitting up there staying stationary in that one section because of how it is that they got you and they, specifically made you feel. Now, again, I'm not talking about extenuating circumstances of other types of like horrible trauma, but I'm just talking about over like words, over disagreements, and and different things, of that nature. But we all know that we've seen instances. Well, I'm not going to say that we all, but some of us know that we've seen instances of friends and family getting together, and it didn't end well. Severe world-ending arguments took place. A lot of arguing and name calling is taking place directly in front of friends and other relatives, and especially the kids. And in some instances, people have broken out into fights, and in other instances, people have lost their lives. So, like I said before, certain things do need to, get highlighted and talked about, and, things do need to get fixed so that for the longevity of the black community, so that the black community, we will still have a black community, so that, it's, something directly positive out there. Right. I'm not sitting up there saying we can get rid of everything, negative. I'm saying that we can do some things that are within our control. Spending more time directly with our kids as a family. Me being a statistic, single parent household. My mom was going to like nursing school and still working at the same time. We still had dinner. We still, sat up there and had lunch. We still sat up there and went out and, took a drive or went to the mall or went to the movies or things of that nature. Right? We still spent time as a family. So you have a lot of parents out here that make excuses on why it is that they can't be a parent, why it is that they can't, spend ample time with their kids. And if you decide as a parent that you can't spend ample time with your kids, that's the moment of time that you failed. Because now, since you're not spending time with your kids, they open the door and allow somebody else to spend time with your kids, which means that they got full control and influence over your kids more so than what you got. So then you can't really, in a sense, be mad if your kid is talking a certain type of way, acting a certain type of way, because you failed as a parent. You're not doing the things that you are supposed to be doing. Right. So like I said, a lot of things that revolve around therapy and that revolve around family, those are within people's control 100%. We can sit up there and do that, and some of us have. We need way more to sit up there, but like I said, got to sit up there and start somewhere. The other aspect of a solution that I listed is, the thing that I know some people hate is that, it takes a village to raise a child. And the main thing that I state to people is this. I understand a lot of people hate that statement, sentiment, whatever, but I want y'all to know this. The moment in time that you might see a kid in your family that might be sliding off to a different route in life that is not a good trajectory, you got that moment in time to sit up there and actually step in and say something to potentially do something. Or maybe it might be like a neighbor that you're close to and you see like, the son or something like that. Again, you are at that moment in time where you could potentially throw some energy in there to disperse some of that negative energy that might switch the trajectory onto a more balanced, type of field. Because whether you like it or not, sooner or later, the kids that you talk about that you're not trying to do this, you're not trying to do that, you're going to have to deal with them as grown folks. You're going to have to deal with them as grown individuals. And by the time that you got to deal with them as grown individuals, you're going to be well past your prime. You're not going to be young anymore. You're not going to be spry anymore. You're not going to be as strong as you used to be able to be strong. Your bones are going to be way more fragile than what they were back when you were 30. Like I said, the problem that you didn't want to sit up there and deal with, then you're going to have to deal with a worse off and bigger problem, and something that you might not be able to fend off against later on in life. So this is why I tell people it would behoove you to at least try to implement some or to say something. It doesn't hurt to sit up there and try. It doesn't, right? Um, but yeah, like I said, for me, those are the main solutions when it's dealing with uh, family. When it deals with the stuff that people can actually control, right? That is within their means to actually do something specifically about. Let me see. Fox said I stand corrected. Fred, the Panthers and the militants are oftentimes spoken in a negative light. Yeah. The guy from Texas said it was the Black Panthers that started the free school lunch program. Yeah, it was. It should have been free school lunch, and I want to say also WIC, as well. Tippy said the Move group. I think that was the group that was in Philly. I think that was a group. Tippy said he used to be an ex-cop. Now he's a conservative YouTuber. Always trash of black people. He's friends with Candace Owens. Oh, I know you talking about. You talking about Tatum? I know you talking about. Yeah, I know you talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about. Timothy said there are black cities. I thought they were all destroyed or turned into lakes. Um. So there are black cities. So we're talking about like Detroit. We're talking about like a Chicago. We're talking about like in Atlanta. We're talking about the different areas in California and Texas. Stuff of that nature, right? Um, the other black cities and towns that we had, those were things that black people built from scratch with their hands. Like they literally made stuff happen. They made moves. And, due to the fact of jealousy and people feeling that, oh, you guys shouldn't be having this if we don't got it, and yada, yada, yada. This is what happened. Those cities ended up getting erased off of the face of the map. They got turned into forests or parks. They got turned into lakes. They got turned into strip malls or parking lots or what have you. Anything that you can pretty much name that has concrete and still involved directly with it. That's what they did. So you're just going to climb on the table as if I need you to get down. I need you to get down. All right. Tippy said, I think it was the Move Group in the 80s. They still have one of their members in prison. You said the other guy used to be a radio host. Right. That guy from Texas said, true. I have to check your what's the name? Uh, let's see. I'm trying to get to like everybody's comment because I sit up there long winded here, guys, long winded. So I'm getting to the comments as well. Yo, Hack, much love and appreciation, brother. Much love and appreciation for the donation, brother. Much love and appreciation, man. Much love and appreciation. I got it, brother. I got it. Much love, much love. What was it? Tippy said a black woman started the WIC program, and now it's a Mexican woman running it. Oh, that's interesting. Like I said, things they always tend to switch hands. Timothy says cities like Detroit and Chicago aren't black cities. They're cities black folk had no choice but to live purely, be monitored, and capped in society. Um. Oh wait, Pink said, "Can we see the cat, please?" I don't even have my camera on at the moment. I don't even got that set up at this one. I'll do it the next stream. I could have sworn. I need you to get down. But I'll do it the next live stream. I'll sit up there and you got everywhere else to be in the living room. I tell you, pets. Everywhere else to be in the living room, and you decide that you want to sit up there and keep trying to jump up here. It's crazy. Let me see. Well, Timothy, this is what I'm saying. Regardless on if black people were, in a sense, forced to or whatnot or whatever, the greater percentage of the people that reside there are black. So everybody's going to consider that a black city. Even in DC, they had what was called, I think it used to be called like Chocolate City, because due to the fact that it was pretty much all black. I think, what was it? DC was like, at one point was like 80+% like black or something. Like they had a high population, directly there. So, like I said, I get what it is that you are in a sense stating, but like I said, when I look at Detroit, born and raised, grown up there, I'm looking at it as a black city. When I sit up there and go down the street out my door, I see black. I sit up there, go to the corner store, I see black. Go to the gas station, black. Cars driving by, black. I go to the park, black. I go to my school, black. I go to the mall, black. I go downtown Detroit to the government offices or just to the Riverwalk, black. So again, that's what it's going to be considered as. Just like within Detroit, you have a Mexican area, which we call Mexican town, just like everybody has those, in their areas. And they call it that due to the fact of the people that reside there, right? And I'm pretty sure at a certain point in time in America, you're going to have like little Ukraine. I'm pretty sure that that's going to happen by the amount of refugees that are coming directly over here. You're going to have a little Ukraine somewhere in America. I promise you that. It's going to happen, right? Like I said, you got a little Italy and all these other type of stuff, and you got Chinatowns and all this other type of stuff, right? That guy from Texas said they use propaganda to make us the enemy in the world's eyes. True. Tippy said black people can start talking about only them offline. Yes, they know about your people, but online. Make content about other races and their crimes, since other races talk about black people so much. Well, that's one of the things that I've tried to do, directly over the years, try to balance out stuff, So we talked about stuff that was happening with Indians, specifically from India. We talked about stuff that was happening in Africa. We talked about stuff that was happening in New Zealand, in Australia, in the UK, in other areas in Europe, stuff directly in Canada, in China, in Japan, like had, stories far-reaching. Timothy said, examples like Chicago are products from the destruction of our community. This is expected and not to be an excuse, but intentional. Let me see. Ross said the hustle culture needs to stop in the black community, black culture slash community. We need to talk to heal from past and present so we can move forward in the future. Yeah, yeah, and that's like I said, that would be the one main thing that would fix. I would say 50+% of the problems is conversation. Like let me go back to the what's the name that I had up there originally. So again, if black people were just to conversate and to sit down with like one another and try to have the emotions as low as possible so that we can actually converse and hear one another on what the problem is and how it can be fixed and different things of that nature, a lot of the stuff that we have in the black community, it would disappear literally overnight. But the funniest thing is, again, when you happen to hear, certain content creators directly out here wanting to talk about the black community, they're not going to sit up there and tell black people like, hey, just talk it out. Hey, therapy. Hey, do this. They're not going to tell you like positive routes to really sit up there and take, because they're not there to give a solution or to really fix a type of problem. I'm talking about the ones who are like, ultra conservative and all of their content. There's a whole bunch of problems in the world, but they specifically want to focus on every video or every, TikTok short is specifically about, black people and this, that, and the third. And if a white person, did this, it'll be digging this. But if a black, like I said before, they know what they're doing. They know where the money is. And I get it, because they see where exactly the money is. Like I said, the one main prime example, the king of kings when it comes to this for me, is Candace Owens. She did a fantastic job in doing what it is that she did. She did a fantastic job, so much so that she laid down a blueprint for other people to, in a sense, follow. So this is why you have this upsurge in so many on social media wanting to quote unquote have this difference of opinion. It's not really in a sense different if you got a lot of people saying the exact same thing and talking the exact same way and leaning in the exact same direction. It's not really in a sense a difference. You just know that the stuff that you're going to say is going to trigger people because you're worded in a certain type of way in order to get that reaction, which is then going to cause a chain reaction. Psychology at work. Let me see. That guy from Texas said, "Oh wait, did I pass it up? Okay, yeah, it said that's right. True, the village mentality is pretty much gone. Yeah, it is. It is. A lot of people have stated that they, hate that wording. It takes a village, but when you deal with your own family, it takes a village to sit up there and raise and to keep a family whole. But a lot of people don't even want to do that, right? A lot of us see, things going on with kids and things happening with kids at the end of the day, and that's within the family. And some of us just throw our hands up. Well, Jesus, take the wheel. It's not my responsibility. I didn't have those kids. They're not my responsibility. I'm not about to, change my life for nobody and try to take on anybody else's responsibility. But then you're going to be the same person crying at that funeral. Why cry at the funeral when you have the option to potentially help a child deviate from a certain type of life or lifestyle or being around a certain, type of group of people? You opted that you wanted to live your life and live the best. So now you were laughing at one point, but now you sit up here crying. It don't make sense. Don't go to the funeral crying then. You made your decision, so sit in that decision. It ain't no reason for you to sit up there and cry over that life that was lost when you have the chance to sit up there and save that life. And that's what I see when it deals with quite a few black families directly out here or black people in the community. I see a lot of adults that when these funerals be getting recorded and it's young black dudes that are at these that's buried in these funerals, I see a lot of older black people there. I'm talking about people like the kid could have been 18, people that's 30, people that's 40, people that's 50, people that's 60 up there boo-hooing and crying at these. Why? All of y'all got the wisdom. Y'all got a library of knowledge. Been on this earth a way of a long time. Y'all could have all literally got together and tried to intervene. Did an intervention. You could have did something. But like I said, too many times people don't want to do nothing, but then want to turn around and cry at the funeral as if they was really there, but you wasn't. Like I said, that's crazy to me. It's mind boggling. It is baffling to me when I end up seeing stuff like that. Tippy said, Central Park, Lake Lanier. Yeah, Central Park. Yeah, Lake Lanier, Central Park. Yeah, yeah, yep, yep. That's bars. The cities, black cities that was buried. That's bars. Right, Ever said about 85%. Yeah, probably about 85% of the stuff that the black community deals with and have to face. Yeah, it probably would be fixed just by therapy and people being able to have conversation, just sit down and have conversation without getting argumentative and getting over emotional. And that's the main problem. It's the amount of emotions that is within the discussion and the lack of logic that is not there. Because when you have logic there, you're not going to, emotion is nowhere to be found. You're actually conversing with a person. You're talking to them and not at them. When it comes to a lot of conversations that I have either had or that I've been able to witness that deals with the black community, a lot of black people talk at another black person. They're not talking to a black person in order to actually understand them and get to a point in whatever is being explained in order to come up with a viable solution that is beneficial to both parties, or at least to the party that is having the issue. And again, if we can just get to that conversation, we can solve a lot of the problems. Said the same with New Orleans, right. Gentrification, true. Timmy, see that's true, Seji. You're right. It sucks because it feels like we've been herded like cattle. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. Like I said, just like you mentioned like earlier, I completely understand what it is that you were saying when it came to the city. With black people in a sense not choosing to be there, but they were in a sense forced to be there. Trust me. What was it? Somebody told me a while ago that the reason why Inkster was called that was due to the fact of the amount of black people that were there. Just like when you have, now somebody can correct me on that. Somebody that's from Inkster, from Detroit, y'all can happen to correct me on that. Just like with Seoul, Korea, a lot of these places were called certain things due to the fact of the amount of black people that were actually there. But a lot of this stuff is so far ago that a lot of us don't actually know. So again, this is why history and stuff like that is actually important, because if we don't learn it and we don't have it within us, we are going to repeat it in some way, shape, or form in the future. And 9 times out of 10, that's nothing good at all. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Ty said, morning before I go to work. What is up, brother? What is up? What is up? I got text that said facts. Tippy said, I get the village quote, but the main people who are responsible for the child is his or her parents, not just the mommy, but both parents. No. I get what you. No. Tippy, trust me. Trust and believe. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that the parents should be 100% responsible for the kids because they made the kids. Trust me, I am not taking any responsibility away from the parents. And you already know I've done too many live streams and videos dealing with parents, both men and women. Like I said, I don't got time for the foolishness or anything like that because, like I told people before, I was in a relationship and, I was sitting up there taking on responsibilities and things of that nature that were not specifically mine. Right. And like I said, I, at that age, opted to do that. That was, my decision to sit up there and do. That's not, trying to absolve the father or whatnot of the responsibilities or that side of his family of the responsibilities. But, like I said before, that was just something that I decided to sit up there and take on. And again, this is somebody who I didn't have a dad in my life or anything like that. I had black male role models, right? I had, my teachers. I had, some people that work jobs that are fathers, black fathers. I had other black men directly in the community and things of that nature. So I kind of had a guess of how it is, that I'm supposed to, try to walk that road and, and do, a lot of those things. But all I'm sitting up there saying is that people just need to try. There is no harm in sitting up there trying. Like, people try things every single day. Try new foods, try clothes, try a brand new car, try a brand new relationship, try a brand new house and apartment, whatever it is. People try a whole bunch of stuff every single day. But this one thing could potentially change somebody's life, and it could affect a multitude of people unforeseen that you don't even know about. Right? So, like I said, this is why, I happen to, do the things that I do. And this is why, I try to speak from, at least some of those experiences, because, I ain't talking about, stuff that I have not done myself. And I'm talking about being young. I'm talking about like, yo, you are like 19, 20, like early 20s and stuff. Like you sitting up here, this is what you're doing. This is what you decided to sit up there and do. Right. You could be sitting up there like living your life, potentially maybe going to clubs and acting a fool, doing the same stuff that all the other young guys are sitting up here doing, but you opted to do something vastly different. And for me, I look at it as like, it's crazy that me, at 20 decided to do something like that, but you got dudes who are older than me that could never even do something like that. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. And again, like I said, I ain't had no father. So for me, I feel like when I look at like other dudes, I'm like, it ain't no excuse. It ain't no excuse. Because at least I can sit up there and say, like, I tried, to have a positive, like, effect, to have somebody not end up like some of my friends who are like in jail and in prison because they decided to opt in and be, either in the gang or try to rob somebody or try to take somebody's life, senselessly. I tried to at least like intervene and be that thing that I didn't have, to try to give somebody a better option in life than what I had. Because like I said, I heard a lot of stuff from my teachers. And that's what a lot of people don't even understand. You got a lot of kids that hear a lot of stuff from like teachers and whatnot, and that weighs in. And that takes, an effect. And some kids get to the point where like, well, if all of the adults just believe that I'm not this type of person or I'm this type of way, I'm not about to sit up there and do nothing to change it. I'm going to be exactly what y'all told me to be. Right? So, like I said, at least I know at the end of the day, after I leave this earth, at least I know I tried. I don't know what to say for, a lot of other people, but at least I know I sat up there and tried in my own way at a young age. James, yo, Mr. Hudson, what is up? What is up? What's up? Hudson said, said you keep it 100%. Much appreciation. Robert Evans said redlining. Yep. I think I got a book. I forgot where it is. I got a book somewhere down here that talks about the housing and redlining and and different things of that instance. I think I do got a book that specifically talks about that. Let's see what we got. Rob Evans said communities raise children, right? Tippy said people in the village need help themselves. Right. Rob Evans said, I remember the owner of a business asking about my great grandparents or having a phone call made about where I was by people who knew my family, just as a heads up. Oh yeah. That used to be a point in time where if you were out there in the streets and you were like acting a fool and you was young, everybody knew everybody because in the neighborhood, people grew up. So some of the store owners, your parents went to school with them. Some of the people that was working in the city, or some of the people that might have been cops, they went to school like with your parents, played like football, might have went to college, or a great deal of things like that. So you were going to be made responsible for your actions. Like if you out here tagging walls, if you sitting up here skipping school, if they heard you basically, cussing, or you were just doing some stuff that you wasn't supposed to be doing, they were going to make sure that you were held accountable. They were going to give you a talking to, and then your parents was going to give you a talking to, and they was going to beat you. So it was a whole thing, at a certain point in time, in black communities. Like it was you as as a child, you were going to be made to be responsible for your actions because you got your parents' last name. It's like, yo, ain't you the Sarah's child? It was like, yeah, I know your mama and your dad. I used to go to school with your dad. It's like, yo, your dad was gonna beat you if he know that you acting like that. So you better straighten up. So I know your dad. I'll go talk to him. I know where you live. And that's the real threat. When they sit up there and tell you like, yo, I know where you live. Ooh, you know it's over. You know what's over. And back then, it don't even matter if those people was across town. If they saw you, it's like, oh, no problem. I'm not even gonna give them a call. I'm going to drive over to where you live. And if they drove over there, your parents was really gonna be mad. He was like, yo, you sat up there, made Mr. Johnson, he live across town. You made him drive over here to tell me that you was sitting up here in the streets acting a fool. I'm about to beat you down. Go to the room. Go get my belt. go get me a switch off the tree. And that's when people would sit up there and go to the tree, and they'll try to pick one of the oldest, switches off the tree. Because if you get the young one, that bad boy got flexibility and bounce. It's not breaking. It's gonna be there for a minute. It's gonna hurt. Tibby said, "Look up Libertown 50s on YouTube." I think I remember that. I'll do that. James Hudson said mental health should be the main focus in the black community. A sister in Detroit jumped off a high rise after 12 hours in 90-degree heat. Broke my heart. Man, that's tough. That's tough. Like I said, therapy. Like that's one of the things that I try to talk about in live streams before. Therapy and people taking care of themselves and and staying focused and having somebody to talk to because it'd be tough. It's real tough out here for people. Real tough. Like I said, you got a lot of people out here that'll get on social media. They'll show you like a rich lifestyle and then party and all this other type of stuff. But at the end of the day, they some of the main ones that's suffering harder than everybody else because they got a lot of issues. They suffer from like loneliness, depression, a lot of other things. And they got a lot of stuff, but they don't really got nobody to share anything with. They don't got nobody to really confide into because they can't really, in a sense, trust anybody and different things of that nature. Because at the end of the day, a lot of those people that surround them are just around them because they got money, because they live in a certain type of lifestyle, and people just want to be around that lifestyle. They don't want to know you as a person. They don't really care about you. They just want to be around you because of that lifestyle. You live in something that they don't even get a chance to get, but you're that doorway for them to finally make it there. So they're going to love you for that. And they're only going to love you for that amount of time that the door is open. Right? Tippy said, not too long ago, those folks saying during an interview is crazy. During the interview. I think I might know what you're talking about. Like I said, like Timmy is bringing up some stuff. I'm like, I think I might know what you're referring to. I think I might. Robert Evans said, "LOL." James Hudson said it was on live on social media. Oh, are you talking about Live 4? WDIV, or are you talking about like it was just live? Like they just showed it. Tippy said people don't care about mental health and black people. They think it doesn't exist. Even some black people say that. No, let me tell you something. Like I said, I've talked a bit about like Asian countries. In Asian countries, mental health does not exist. This is why they drink and they do all this other type of stuff, because you got a lot of people mentally that are suffering, but it's taboo to even talk about like mental health, or even to try to seek anything out in that realm over there, specifically in those countries. So this is, like I said before, this is why you got a lot of them that are into like alcohol, like waist deep directly into alcohol, into alcoholism. And that's bad, especially when you look at some of these stars over there, like Korea, like these K-pop stars and whatnot. A lot of them like to drink. They like to drink. Like I said, and when you got men that like to drink, they're drinking away some problems. They drinking away, they trying to drink away all of that pain and stuff that they got to go through so they can get prepared for the next day. Like I said, a lot of people don't even understand that. Men go through a lot of stuff because there's a lot of pressures. And before anybody starts, I'm not trying to get into a comparison race between what men and women do. I'm just talking from a man's perspective. I'm just saying that what people don't understand and don't know is that men have a lot of stuff that they go through mentally, and men don't really have safe spaces to, in a sense, talk about those things without either a comparison happening of somebody wanting to be more of the victim of mental whatever, or men will get clowned for talking about mental issues and get deemed and seen as weak if a tear even like comes directly from a duct. It's crazy. So this is why you got a lot of dudes out here that are drinking and just smoking, because they don't got no other way to sit up there and cope with or to deal with a lot of these problems. And then that falls into back what Tippy said, where she said that even some black people think that mental health or that being an issue doesn't exist. And that's also due to the fact of like the older generation. They weren't about, like, if you go to older black generations, nobody was going to a therapist. You were going to a bar. You were drinking beers. You were having wine, right? Back in the days when they used to have winos, that's where that came from. Where you would just have people that would just, all of their problems in the bottle. Like I said, I knew a neighbor named James, rest in peace. That dude was a drinker. Like he had a pyramid of Hennessy bottles in his room. Like I'm talking about, I've never seen that many liquor bottles that somebody set up there and even kept. I didn't even know people even kept them like that. That dude had a collection. That dude was just drinking his problems, whatever he went through and faced in life. He was drinking those problems. He was trying to make those as blurry as possible. He was trying to swim like Kendrick. Like he was swimming. And like I said, in some instances it was so bad, like he would drink so much that you would smell it through his pores. You could see it directly in his eyes. Like you saw like the brown, and you saw like the yellow, like that. The drinking was bad. It was only like rare few times that he would get better, and I think it really got worse like after his mom had passed. That was Miss McEvans, uh, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like I said, it was tough. A lot of dudes go through a lot of suffering in silence, and when you sit up there and want to be a dude and you want to talk to the world about it, don't nobody care. Ain't nobody trying to hear you. Ain't nobody trying to listen. Nobody has empathy or sympathy if a man goes through anything. James said it was on Fox 2 Detroit and WXYZ. Whew, man, that's tough. That is tough. My condolences to her family, to her family and friends. Like I said, I don't know what she was going through, but she was obviously going through something that she needed to talk to somebody about. Tippy said, "Well, Asians don't give a damn about black people, so I don't know what to say about that." I was just using it as an example, Tippy. James Hudson said, "The black community, we don't talk about mental health. One of my best friends is gone because they didn't want to go to therapy." It took me a minute because I had to word it, a bit differently. But yeah, my condolences. I'm sorry that that happened. I'm so sorry that that happened. Like I said, if I had the money, I would really want to start an initiative for black people to go to therapy. I really would. If I had the money, I would put people in therapy. But the problem with it is that you can give people something, but that don't mean that they actually appreciate it or that they want it. You got some people that's so far gone that they don't even realize the things that you're giving them that is stuff that they actually need. It's not a want. It's not really a gift, but it's something that you actually need. So it's tough. To give that aspect of like, yo, trying to show people like, yo, I love you, I care about you. Like, yo, here, take this. You don't got to pay me back. You don't got to do nothing. Just promise me that you're going to get better. You know? Tippy said, yes, they have other men on YouTube talk about it. More black men that should do content about it instead of the BS gender war. No, Tippy, when I'm trying to sit up there and tell you, go look at, I'm not talking about what a few Asian dudes are sitting up there doing. Go look at the rates of people basically erasing over in, let's say, Japan, over there in Korea, over there, and go look at those. Go look at those rates. Those rates are high as all get out. So you have a few that might be talking about online. That's great, but that is not fixing that problem. You need to like literally have a hostile takeover in order to like fix that problem and to get those numbers down. And I'm talking about down to a bare minimum. You know, um, that guy from Texas said, "True, there is no mental health service in Asia. And also, in fact, there is a forest in Asia. They go to erase themselves. Logan Paul went there. Yeah, I know about the forest that should be over there in Japan. I think, and you know, it has that name directly for a reason. And like I said, that's bad. Like it's that common directly over there where you got a forest where people just go there and just do this casually, like it's a walk in the park. Like it's crazy. Uh, Tippy said, I was reminding men in June that it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and not the. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I remember. We was right there. Anytime I did like a live stream, I had that posted directly up there. Had it posted directly up there. That guy from Texas said most blues songs are about drinking. They sound depressed. Yeah, especially down in that era too. Oh yeah. It was getting down with them bottles. Them bottles was that was like a girlfriend, one and two. You had some scotch, you might have had brandy. That's exactly what it was. Tippy said, I don't talk about my problems either. I keep it to myself. But mentally, how are the men doing? Like I said, Tippy, it's like, yo, you gotta just get to um like a therapist, like from a man's perspective, you have to sit up there and talk because it's going to end up weighing down on you mentally and it's going to affect you in a negative way that you don't want it to affect you. So it would behoove you to like try to get like a therapist or maybe some type of like area of, like other women or, specifically black women where you will be comfortable enough to basically talk, where you would have people that can like empathize and sympathize and understand, specifically what it is that you are going through. Like I said, a lot of people got different ways of therapy and different things of that nature. Uh, so like I said, you gotta do it. Um, Robert Evans says Seji, but they have to want it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. A lot of people that need help don't want the help. They got to be at the point of time where they hit technically that rock bottom where they're like, all right, I realize that people have been trying to help me. I was resistant to it. I'm open to the help. I need the help. I'm ready to accept the help. You are 100% correct. Uh, Let me see. No, that's Fox. That's not what. Trust me, I don't know Tippy for some years. That's not what she's doing. She's just basically stating that for her, she's tired of seeing, like the gender war and stuff that happens um, online, but more so specifically between black men and black women because, it's another tool that's being used to further, divide within the community, which it is, which it is. Because when I've talked about statistics on interracial dating and different things of that nature, you got more black people that are dating within, marrying, being engaged to, and having kids with than people who are going out there and dating, whoever they want to sit up there and date. And the main thing I try to tell people is, put things into perspective and make sure that you can observe it in a way where it's not skewed to just a certain type of like direction, right? Where you got everything. What are you doing under the couch? Of course, you're doing anything. Um, what was it? James said in Detroit, Dan Gilbert. That's who I was thinking about that last live stream where I was thinking about Quicken Loans in downtown Detroit. Yeah. Dan Gilbert has invested millions of dollars in the city and has transformed the landscape. Oh, yeah, that was the plan. That was I remember way back when, like, yo, I was working downtown during the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was cold that year. That was back in I want to say 2012. That should have been 2012 of that year. It should have been like, was it 2012? I put it like that. It might have been somewhere in between 2010 to 2012, somewhere within those years. I was working downtown Detroit, and I was looking at the transformation like as it was happening. I was like, wow. I'm like, ooh, this is gonna be something. And then you got I think it should be like the Illages. They made the Caesar's Palace and whatnot. And for a lot of people that don't know, used to have like, let's say like the Silver Dome and different things like that. Was that Pontiac? I forgot, but there was yeah, it should have been a Silver Dome. I think it was. I forgot, but there used to be an arena that was in a whole nother area. Right. And this area was used, that's where the concerts and different things were happening away from Detroit. Right. So that area used to have, that was a white area. They used to get a lot of money because of these concerts and events that was happening. Right. And they stated that at a point in time that they were going to close that arena and things were going to get moved directly to downtown Detroit. This was signaling to people, letting people know that the transition and the change was going to happen in Detroit, that they're going to start to move all of the engagements and all of these things directly downtown so that Detroit could start to get that money so things would not be separated. And I was like, it started. And I'm like, I hope that people are prepared for what is going to happen. I'm talking about primarily the people who live in Detroit, who were born and raised there. I'm talking about generation on generation on generation on generation on generation of, black families that are there. And a lot of people were not prepared. So now you see the transformation, not just of downtown, but you can see, of course, the Riverwalk, and you can see it moving outward. It's like a slow moving sound wave that in a sense took place, and all of that money is basically pushing out the main homeowners in Detroit. because, like I told people before, you got both Macomb and you got Wayne County working in cahoots to, uh, you know, get the homes of the homeowners in Detroit, and to also profit directly off of those homes, and to buy the homes. Like if they're in delinquency and different things of that nature, they will, have these companies, whatever, basically start buying up these homes. They started doing it on the east side, and then they started doing it on, the west side. Like I said, people don't even understand what's happening, and I've been watching this sit up there and happen for like well over a decade, and it's a tragedy. Um, Let me see. Yo, Prince, what is up? What is up? Prince said, I lost two friends back in '89. Damn. My condolences, man. Uh, Tippy said, oh, also, how you doing, brother? How you been doing? Tippy said, not Asian dudes. I'm talking about black men. They have some spaces to talk about it, and I'm not talking about those incels like Funky and Fat. Oh, you talking about Fresh and Fit? I know. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Barbara Evans said, "It sounds like you need some level 2 curry right now." Uh, that happens due to the fact of the temperature. Normally, I don't sound so congested. Like I said, I'm not even sick or anything like that. It's just more so dealing with, like the temperature and stuff, because it's cold directly in here because air conditioning, and then outside it's also hot. After I sit up there and like jump into, like the shower and whatnot, let the hot air basically hit me, the humidity, I'm good. Like I said, my body loves heat. Let me sit up there and tell you, when the sunlight, when it's like 80 plus degrees outside, and I can feel that sunlight directly through like the window, man, it feels like my cells are alive. It's like, oh man, we ain't felt this in years. It's like that. But yeah, level 2 curry would be working out pretty good. Pretty good. Tippy says, Seji, I think you should have a panel with black men just to talk about the problems mentally. Have a safe space for them to vent. Maybe do a collab with Brother Reigns on the discussion of mental health. Yeah, that'd be dope. That'd be dope. But uh like I said, I try to do stuff when I try to collab with people when I have something to technically offer. And from my side, I don't really got much. I mean, of course I can, do stuff here, but collabing with, other people is, it's a little bit tough. You want to be able to bring something directly there where it's beneficial, you know. James said the Illich family started Little Caesars Pizza and transformed Corktown. Yeah. And that was the other thing, James. Yo, once I started seeing like, yo, we got Uptown and we got Upper East. And, like, I'm like, bro, this is just Detroit. I'm like, calm down with all of these gentrified names. How you're trying to separate Black Detroit from like everything else. I'm like, like this is why I start having problems, because never at a point in time can black people come into a suburb and they start sitting up there trying to separate and section off certain stuff and call it different. They would never have it. They would never have it. They would be trying to list all type of rules. They would just not have it. But yet again, black people don't be fighting for nothing. Like, it's just crazy. We just sit there and we just let stuff just happen, and it's crazy. It is 1,000% crazy, because I know for a fact I could never go to Southfield. I especially could not go to Royal Oak or Rochester Hills. I couldn't go to any of those areas. I couldn't go to Utica. I couldn't go to any of these areas and sit up there and be like, all right, we're going to bring in a whole bunch of black people and we're going to start naming stuff differently. James, you already know. You already know. It would not be happening. The heyday of the auto show was when it used to be in Cobo Hall. Oh man, Cobo, that was the spot. I remember I walked through Kobo the last days before they officially closed it. The auto show was the dopest thing to go to when it was at Kobo Hall. A lot of kids now don't even know what Kobo Hall was. That was the spot to be at when it dealt with the auto show. I think I still got some books from previous auto shows that I went to when I went with like my uncle back like high school. I went with my uncle and my cousin Sean, and we were just going there looking at like the different cars. It was so many like futuristic cars and different things. Like it was beautiful. It was so dope. It was awesome. And that's gone. The same thing with the previous arena that you had the Red Wings they used to play at. That's gone as well. I remember like the residual of that was just some steps. And then of course now we got, Caesar. Which is cool. Uh Prince said they took the auto show out of Detroit and into Novi when it was wall to wall. Wait a minute, the auto show was in Novi? Are you serious? So was that basically the trade? It was like, okay, so y'all going to take away the revenue from all of this, but we're going to put the auto show in Novi. Who is going to Novi to sit up there and look at y'all? They can keep that. I'm good. I'm good. If that's strictly in Novi, I'm good. Hack said I'm going to bed. Good night. Much love and respect, brother. Much love and respect. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. What we got here? Yo, Ollie, what is up? What is up? That's a classic name up there. I ain't seen that in a minute. Yo, Ollie, what is up? Said as long as Asians know that Chicago and Philly or black neighborhoods is okay. Truth, the African Americans would treat the African Americans with respect. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's bars. Tippy said, "All drinks my hot lemon tea with honey. Want me to rub your forehead for you?" Only Tippy. Only Tippy. Only Tippy. Oh my goodness. Tippy said, drink some hot lemon tea with some honey and eat chicken soup. If you're sick, you sound about congested. No, it's just because of the cold air. That always happens. If you don't stop trying to get into the window, I tried to let you in the window. Now you're trying to get back in there. Do you know what you're doing? Oh my god, let me just open this one. There you go. Get in the window. There you go. Stay there. All right. James Hudson said definitely couldn't go to Independence Township. Yeah, I ain't going to those, man. Y'all can, like I said, they can have that. Independence Township, Utica, Novi. Y'all got that. I'm good. The closest that you'll see me get to those places is Royal Oak, and that's stretching it. Cause I can't tell you like when I was younger, how many times that me and my friends we would go to Royal Oak and you sitting up there like Oak Park police will pull you over and Royal Oak will sit up there and pull you over if you black. They will pull you over quick. And I'm like, yo, so you don't see all of these white girls just like in this Jeep just sitting up there, just like flying down the road and all this other type of stuff. You want to sit up? No problem. I got you. It's good. Like I said, I got it. It's good. I got it. I see what it is. I see what it is. Tippy said, now they talking about aliens and UFOs. Like I said, they're gonna the most I tell people is it's a little bit of truth in everything, but you also got to be very wary of them being way too forthcoming with information. The government at this moment in time is being way too forthcoming with a lot of information, so now you got to really question some stuff. Right, so the government is talking about UFOs. Remember, it was a point in time when the government would sit up there and tell people that UFOs didn't exist. It was swamp gas coming from New Orleans, bouncing off of the moon, off of a hot air balloon, on back onto the Earth from Venus. Like they would tell you this long, extravagant, story of how it's not what you think it is, right? But now they're sitting up there telling you like aliens exist. So that means for 60 plus years or whatever it was, you've been lying to people and this what they have been seeing was what they were actually seeing. and now you want people to really fully start believing it? Nah. I gotta question stuff now. Like they used to say on the X Files, the truth is out there. So now we're going to go to. Oh, I caught up on everything. Hey, all right, I caught up on all the comments. Hey, we are. Oh, snap! I've been actually sitting here for about 3 hours and 34 minutes. Wow, wow. So I have a question, and this is because we only got like that dropped real quick as soon as I set up there and I've been talking for 3 hours. You saw like 3 people just like fly directly off of that. So it's 16 of us sitting here right now, which is completely cool. So for everybody that is here directly in this live stream, would you guys care for another live stream to around I would say like maybe like 12ish or 1 o'clock ish? Just let me know. Just let me know because I will, easily, do another, live stream if people would actually be up for it. Like I said, even if it's just like all, like 16 of y'all that is clear cut in this live stream at this moment in time, we will be chilling in a live stream with all 16 of us. Prince said, great stream, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I was just realizing, how much time that we've actually been here and how some of y'all have actually been sitting here for like 3 hours. Much love and appreciation. I'm glad I can, help you guys, potentially get, through, some of your day and different things of that nature. Tippy said a gaming stream. I'm not sure what it would be. I mean, of course, it could be, news stories. We can talk about some articles and different things that y'all might want to talk about or bring up, stuff of that nature. I could potentially sit up there and play some Starfield. It might be a little bit boring for people because I'm a little bit of a miner, and I'm talking about actually mining for different elements. I'm talking about such as for like helium-3, titanium, lead, what was it? Vanadium, and different things of that nature on various planets. Like I said, I'm more of like a scientist when I play the game instead of just going around shoot 'em up, bang bang, type of deal. So we got Tippy said, well, she said gaming stream. Hack says sound good. Rara Evans says sounds great. Fox said currently working from home. I'm jumping into any live stream you start that I'm available for. Okay, all right. Tippy said it's 5:48, but I can't sleep. Fox said it's 7:58 here. Rob Evans said, "What's up with these companies still in land?" Oh, you okay? So that's what it was. It's on the upstairs. That's I didn't put it down here yet. So okay, so for Rara, I got a story. I can bring that up during the live stream. I'll do one tonight. I'll do one around 12 a.m. 12 a.m. like 1 o'clock-ish. I'll do that. And because there is a story that I did want to highlight, I'm going to do a video about it on the third channel. It's going to be a solo video separate from the live stream, but it's going to talk about the fact of a older black man. I'm going to showcase the video. It's a woman that ended up helping this older black man that owns this land. He owns acres. I'm talking about like owns some acres. And you have these people trying to roll up and illegally take his land and basically tell trying to basically force him off the land. And the woman did such great work that she found out through the paperwork that the company that is trying to get the land from this black man, that they somehow illegally have a percentage of his land. And she's trying to still figure out how is it possible that you even own anything of his land when this is his land, right? So I'm gonna have that, and we can talk about that and different things in that nature, because something else that I brought up before is the fact that within uh, black communities, especially, there needs to be like wills, there needs to be estates and different things set in place so that the land can stay where it needs to stay, because a lot of companies will offer, like, I think the highest offer that the elder stated that he got from the company, first it was 100,000. Then when he said no, they came back and later on offered $500,000, and he still said no. And then that's when he started getting like the threats of XYZ, and then he was called a slur and different things of that nature. So again, this is why certain things legally needs to be put down on paper so that things like this won't transpire and cannot happen. But this is due to the fact of the lack of education when it deals with like finances and how it is that black people should invest in and should protect their property and what is rightfully theirs. Like I said, there's a lot of miseducation financially that takes place and happens in the black community. Raw Evans said Roundtree Properties, and he said it was a black lady. So it was a black lady that happened to as well. Wow, that's crazy. Like I said, the like stories like this. This is the type of stuff that needs to really get highlighted, and it is specifically taking place. Due to the fact of that, hey, these black people own this land. Somebody obviously sees the potential, because if they're willing to offer him almost close to $1 million, they're almost able to offer him. That they're going to be able to make way more off of that land when they start to, build whatever it is that they're going to build, a factory or what have you. They're going to be making billions, hundreds of millions, if not billions, directly off of that. So they're literally trying to offer him chump change versus giving him what the land is actually worth, and them just recouping that from whatever it is that they're going to do. Tippy said, I don't like the gender wars, but the lady that got hit with the brick pissed me the hell off, all because she didn't want to give the dude her number. Yeah, I saw some people mention a video with that lady, and when I saw the story, I kind of like sped past it, because I'm like, yeah, you're not going to tell me that somebody did something and then you got all of these guys around you and nobody did nothing. And somebody, I think, did a video stating that she had slapped the dude. She had physically assaulted the dude. And I'm like I said, I'm not condoning nothing. But again, I'm not condoning nothing. I'm just saying that, hey, you don't know how people are going to react to certain things. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy the stuff that happens out here. This is why I tell people, it's like, yo, just be careful of the stuff that you do, or how it is that you happen to go about some things. Tippy said it was a white dude, different situation. Wait, what? I'm wait. What? Am I talking about the same story? Uh, yeah. Let me see. Wow, Rolling Loud actually had it. Something happened, because I'm looking at one of the posts, one of the articles. Rolling Loud had it up there, and then they deleted it. That's weird. So as at this moment in time, she ended up getting in a GoFundMe at this moment in time, from what they stated in this article, as of the 6th of September, it raised $35,000 directly for her. Let me me see. Bro Ever said they built houses on his land. Wow, that's crazy how they did that. They actually built houses on his land. That is crazy. That is crazy. I'm trying to see something real quick. Let me. Oh, it's probably going to play the intro, ain't it? Oh, it didn't. Okay. Wait. Oh, it's because it's the other channel. Okay. Let me see. Oh, so you got well, MTR is mediocre tutorials. You got a lot of people that actually did quite a few videos on this. And one of his videos stated that new details emerged of the woman who slapped man. And then you later had, I guess the Shade Room had called him out for the video that he did. Like I said, the Shade Room been doing a lot of stuff. A lot of people been catching like the Shade Room and a lot of foolishness. And I'm like, yeah, they gotta they need to like tighten up on a lot of these stuff. It's just it's a full blown type of mess over there. I don't know what's going on in the situations. Tippy said, okay, I get it, equal rights, equal fights, but dude, a brick. Hey, look here. Like I said, if somebody hits somebody else and the person responds to that physical, like I said, nobody knows how anybody is going to respond to a physical thing. Again, I am not condoning any type of violence towards women at all. All I'm sitting up there stating is that people need to be very careful with how it is that they proceed to act in a lot of these situations. You don't know how any man is going to sit up there and act if you decide to physically go after him for whatever. So, this is why I didn't even highlight this story, because I'm like, yeah, something about this ain't even sounding right. Like, yeah, the picture and stuff, like, it looks crazy. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of like swelling that is directly there, but I'm like, yeah, something is not sounding too right, because I'm like, it's crazy how I see a few people on YouTube is basically mentioning that she slapped somebody, but it's like, if other videos are talking, they're just simply talking about the fact that this is what a dude did. And I'm like, okay. All right. Fox said that's how Haitians get down. Oh wait, was the dude Haitian? Dang, that's crazy. Whew. That's crazy. Fox said Brick Slinger wasn't indigenous. She was like, yo, but a brick. I'm like, yo, during certain points in like the 90s and stuff, like, yo, people was getting hit with stuff. People was getting hit with like cinder blocks, bricks, anything that was like nearby. It's like, yo, people was getting hit indiscriminately. Stuff was happening. Fox said, plus, we can't go around doing what we want and trying to control how people respond to. I mean, that's all I'm sitting up there saying. Like I said, people have to be cautious about how it is that they decide to like go about it. That's all I'm saying. People just got to be real careful. People got to move different, and it's the main thing I tried to tell women before. It's like, yo, don't go out here reckless, thinking that you can decide to like swing on a man because you got that protection of I'm a woman and you can't do nothing because I'm a woman and you can and I'm not as strong, and that don't mean nothing. If you hit a dude, like, it might still sit up there and hurt. ain't nobody trying to feel no hurt. Like, yo, you losing your mind out here. And then, hold on, talking about it was a group of it was how hold on, let me go back. Let me go back to how she stated. She was like, they basically said that a woman rejected a man's advances and he hit her in the face with a brick. She was upset because people, black men, were there and did nothing. Right? This is what they wrote directly in the article. But nobody, when they write these articles, nobody's pointing out the fact of what she did. A woman was hit in the face with a brick by some goofy non-FBA dude, and a bunch of other non-FBA dudes just stood there watching. Now there are people trying to blame black men. That's crazy. Wow. There's somebody else, an associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University, had wrote black men pulling stuff from a black woman's social media. They claim shows that she didn't deserve protection when a black man smashed her in the face with a. The craziest part is it's like if this dude is literally from like from somewhere else, how does that get addressed as that being like automatic, like basically like an American black man, a black American man? Like how does that even like that's jacked. That is jacked. Yo, that is straight. This is the type of stuff that I don't like. That if somebody else that appears to be something ain't, and then automatically black men just get thrown directly in, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Because I promise you this: when other stuff is happening and people are from other like different areas, they're gonna be like, yo, look what those, black American men doing. Like us, men from, X, Y, and Z, we don't do that, right? People will make sure to sit up there and separate themselves. But magically, when other people do stuff, magically, oh, we're just gonna throw on the whole branding. Oh, this is, look at what black men said up there and did. Wow. Wow. Can't win. Catching L's all over the place. Catching L's all over the place for no reason. Fox said her story says that he held it to her face and said, what you gonna do? If I was a woman, I'd walk off. Tippy said, but if a grown dude bigger than her used a brick, that's attempted murder. Fox said, it is. We can't lock him up because she never described his car or him. So we don't know who we're looking for, nor the make and model, license plate, or the culprit. This is insane. This is insane. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, black men in America already got enough to deal with. And then we get other stuff piled on top of that magically we have to sit up there and be associated with. Like, this is, and people are just running with. I wouldn't even know where to start to even do a video on this. Like that's how pissed I am right now. Like, I am so like I'm reading this article just on Newsweek. And it's like I already know the shade room is running with it. Because she specifically is stating, like, the girl basically stated, black men. So everybody else on social media are going to run with, oh, look at what these black men did. Look at how these black men are sitting up there harming us. Oh my God. This is. Oh my God. I already know how this is going to go. Oh boy. I already know how this is going to go. That's terrible. like I said, I ain't condoning it, but like I said, she decided to lay the first hit, and you basically stated that he put the brick just against her face initially and told her, "Bro, you should have just left. You should have just yo. That's." In the meantime, we as black people got to take the "we don't protect black." Oh yeah. That was already in the article. They made sure to put that in the article. That was a professor. What was her name? Let me go to her. I think she might. Let me sit up there and look at who this woman is. Let me look at. Let me see this. She's a university professor and researcher in applied linguistics. Is she African? Uh, her name is Dr. Uja Anya. And it says that she is a university professor and researcher in applied linguistics, critical sociolinguistics, and critical discourse studies, primarily examining race, gender, and sexual and social class identities in new language learning through the experiences of African American students. Her other areas of inquiry include applied linguistics as a practice of social justice and trans languaging in world language. I don't even know what that one is. She currently teaches and conducts research as associate professor of second language acquisitions at the Carnegie Mellon, Mellon University Department of Modern Languages. That that was just a lot of stuff just to even try to even comprehend what all of that is. That I'm just going to just condense that to that's just a woman that studies things going on in through the lens of African Americans in America. That's pretty much what I'm summing that up to be. That was just a lot. I'm just gonna be real. But she stated, right? Uh Yuja Anya, who is the associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University on this topic of the woman getting hit with a brick. She said black men pulling stuff from a black woman's social media that claimed that she didn't deserve protection when a black man smashed her face with a brick for not giving her the number. Same thing white supremacists do after cops murder black people to claim that they deserve to die. Oh, now we got an educated professor basically speaking. Oh boy. Somebody wrote in the comment section, I believe this is the same woman who said that men are not providers in the video that she posted back in June of this year. So if she knew that men were not providers, then why would she think that they would provide her with extra protection? Huh. Oh, that's a that's a heavy point. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody said in the comment section, hold on. Somebody said that there are threads on Twitter showing the same woman slapping random men across the face on nights out and then gloating afterwards. She did this because she is a black woman and they are white men. And it's of the it is of belief her demographic deserves some payback. She said in a hospital video she never hurt anyone in her life and asked why no man would step in to stop the aggressor. However, she also pointed out in another video that men were not needed for protection. You can't make this up. This is crazy. This is wait. What's this woman's name? Nah, son. Nope. Nah. What's this woman's name? What is this woman's name? They gotta have this woman's name on video, Instagram posts. Let me just see something. I'm trying not. Okay, it's not blue. Okay. I'm trying. I want to sit up there and see. I need to get her name. Where's her name at? Nah, son. Nope. No. We can't be playing these games out here. Don't let me sit up there and find out that you was sitting up there. You've been sitting up there slapping dudes. Let's see. Pursue start with the bricks. Source. The creator, Ms. Black Rogers. Let me see. Oh, well, I see where they got the brick from. It looked like a construction area. Woo! Well, I'm going to have to come back to that one. I'm trying to find out where is her name. Wait, is that her right there? Nope. Interesting enough, the men in the background asked the woman what she wanted them to do as she showed Lars. Where is... Because they said that she has a GoFundMe. Let me see that. Hold on. Black Lightning, yo, what is up? What is up? Said, oh, this sounds like the black lady who got hit with a brick. Yeah. Rara said Professor was out of pocket. Yeah. Ultra out of pocket. Prince says, Seji, they say that there were skits, but I don't know. I saw them too. Fox said, and yes, it is absurd to think that someone will go so far, but if you got hit by that car, I'm putting some of that blame on you for not removing yourself from danger. Oh, wait, is that her name? Police department, have not heard back. Where is... Like, it's crazy. And they like, this one, we got to go for me. Where's the... Ain't this about a... This is insane. This is insane. I'm trying to sit up there and find... It's amazing how her name is not up here. That's a different one. Rejected. Is that the one? Okay, that's... Okay, yep. There we go. Yeah, just looking at some of the black women hit in the face. And the GoFundMe was up there, and now it seemingly does not even exist. Huh. That is that is interesting. She had a GoFundMe up here. The link is up there. But you click on it It's no longer there. Huh. That is very usually the GoFundMe was still why is the GoFundMe not there? Huh. Now I'm interested. Now I'm very, very interested now. Now I'm trying to sit up there and find some more stuff. Let me see. Gotta type this in a little bit differently. A woman was hit in the face with a brick by some. Wait, let me just. Causes mixed reviews. Oh, so she's Somalian? Hold on, wait. Huh. Ain't that's crazy. And the two dudes that are basically there, that she basically put in the video talking about they didn't do nothing, they didn't try to help. They just literally said that they called the police and they talked to the police and that there's video of the yo, this is crazy. What? Oh, son. Son. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like somebody rewrote the title. Somebody was like Somalian woman hit with a brick by a Haitian man. And then he wrote social media. What's wrong with black people? Black men are crazy. Yeah. Like that's like yo, put it in perspective. Don't sit up there and try to roll up and try to blame black men for this situation. Like I said, it pays to put black men in a negative light so that people can profit and make money off of it. Notice how no other group does this. No, this is not a thing that happens. This is not a thing that happens in other groups with other ethnicities, where automatically it's allowed for their boys or their men to be put in a negative light so that other people can profit directly off of them. And so that some type of vitriol and echo chambers and stuff like that can basically be formed around. Oh, this is crazy. Wow. And the dudes were literally explaining like they weren't even there for the whole duration of every. Wait, hold on. Let me see this. So let me just let y'all know, because again, dealing with YouTube, they're a little bit funny. Um, Now somebody else. Now, oh, I see a flag in this. What is that flag? Hold on, sweetheart. Wait a minute. Flag of Nigeria. Oh my God. So you got this woman on. So quote unquote readers had added that the video of her slapping a white dude was staged. They made sure to add that context directly under. Oh, it's this is crazy, son. I ain't never seen this. I thought the fact checkers would have been doing this. No, these are people on TikTok that made sure to let people know. Oh, this was staged. Don't try to. Wow, son. Look here. It don't even matter. Yo, it's the fact. This ain't even like. It's not even funny. You're sitting up here saying something random, and then you're talking to this white dude, and then you sit up there and just like slap and walk off, and then you start twerking, bro. At the end of the day, let me let y'all know something. What she's doing, people are going to identify this with quote unquote black culture, and they're going to identify with what she's doing with what black women do. So I'm trying to make this very clear and trying to make people like understand the slippery slope of having a lot of people from other ethnicities coming into black culture, black American culture, and doing a lot of these things. This is when you got this woman up here on Twitter with this Nigerian flag up here talking about they are quote unquote, they're taking obviously fake and staged videos to justify this woman being hit in the face. Talk to that quote unquote guy that was supposedly Haitian. Go talk to that guy. Like I said, the two guys that were there, these are young dudes that were explaining what basically they saw and how and some of the stuff that transpired. She was supposedly quote unquote arguing with another woman that was there. Like I said, why? There's a lot of stuff that is not getting mentioned. And I'm looking at a lot of videos. So she said that women are the innate protectors and the providers, and that men don't protect and provide. Oh my God. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make, oh man. This is why I told people, like, yo, stop putting everything on social media. This is why I told people stop all of this stuff that people be doing for clout and trying to say all of this stuff is going to come back to bite people. How like, yo, this is the craziest thing. I'm looking at all of these posts and people writing all of these blogs and leaving these comments talking about like, yo, why didn't these men protect? She literally, let me go back to what she stated. Let me go back to that. Let me go back again. So she even says that. She says that men are not innately protectors and providers. So then let me just go back to the audio of this video. Hold on, let me repeat that. So you automatically generally stated that men don't protect and provide. But then when something basically happens because of an interaction that you had with another man that was not a black American man, then you sit up there and turn around and you want to sit up there and say that these black men did not sit up there and protect you or intervene or try to say, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh my God. How do you do that? Like, how this, like, yo, let me try to make you understand something. Do you know if I, as a black man, decided to sit up there and get online, right? And I started dogging, talking horrible about black women, right? And then something basically like transpired. Like I was sitting up there talking to, some woman or whatnot, whatever, and something happened in public, like maybe the woman tried to like jump me and fight me and all this other type of stuff. And then I'm looking around like, yo, I thought black women is supposed to like love and care about me. Like, how come y'all didn't step in to sit up there and get this other woman off me and like and protect her and like be on my side? You know how people in the black community would clown me? And I'm talking about both black men and black women. You know how they would sit up there and clown me if I performed any type of foolishness like that, chicanery like that? They would clown me. But you have this woman who some people have identified as being Somalian, who is taking on the vernacular and the actions of black women in America, especially the way that she dresses and the way that she performs. And she's masquerading in this image. And then she gets online basically stating that men don't protect and provide, gets into an interaction with the man that she obviously needs some protecting and some provision from. And lo and behold, here we are. And now the whole world is like, look at what black men do in the United States. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Wow. So supposedly this was in between a Haitian man and a Somalian woman. And these two people could not get along, had an interaction, and somehow, some way, at the end of the day, a black man, an invisible black man who don't even exist, is to blame. This is why it's so hard being a black man in America, because no matter what you do, you can be asleep, not even just minding your business in your dreams, and somehow, some way, somebody in America is going to pin a crime or something violent directly on you and say that you did it. This is how difficult it is being a black man in America. No other grouping, no other ethnicity, nobody else in America has to literally deal with something like this, and it goes all over the world in a matter of seconds. And now everybody believes that this is what black men do. Perfect. This is perfect. Darrell Martin said this has nothing to do with black people. It's Nigerians and Africans. Get it right. I like Black Lightning said, I like how they talk about the black men, but nothing to say about the sisterhood. The bars. Prince said bracket keepers. Tippy said, but a break. Hey, yo, Tippy. Hey, you got to talk to those. Supposedly it was a Haitian man. You got to talk to those men. Like I said, and I'm not trying to categorize all Haitian men. Shout out to the Haitians out there, but they're sitting up here saying that was a Haitian man, somebody that is not black American. So, like I said, hey, somebody gotta find and talk to that dude. I don't got nothing to do with that. Mm-mm. Nope. I don't got nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. I know some Haitian fellows out there. Much love and respect to the patois French speaking individuals out there. But again, somebody got to find that dude and have try to have a conversation and see what was going on that day. Fox said Brad ain't protecting her, and he didn't seem at all concerned over her antics. Yeah, Rara said, and she knows better. She should. She should. Fox said, but I'm sure he helped pay for her GoFundMe in support of downing black men. Probably so. Fox says Seji, she is a self-proclaimed Somalian. She had a 5K GoFundMe in 2020 for medical bills and a new phone stating police brutality in Dollar General. Did I cover that stuff? Wait a minute. Does her face look familiar? Huh. Now like I said, I'm invested now. I am invested. Um, Not gonna lie, if I found out that my partner was in the hospital for defending a woman, oh, I found out that my partner was in the hospital for defending a woman from getting hit with a brick, they'd absolutely be getting the hero treatment from me, standing up for her. And I'm looking at we're seeing a lot of different flags directly up here. Uh, let me. Um. Yeah, this is why I don't be going on certain Twitters. This is why I'm very ecstatic that I just didn't have certain stuff up here. That's why I'm ecstatic. Also, just to let people know, if you happen to go through Twitter, be very cautious of the profiles that you happen to go through. Be very cautious. Honestly, if she was in the same situation as the woman who got with the brick, the men around wouldn't have come to her aid either, regardless of how much she listens to instructions and blah blah blah. You can't be all the diamond you want. Doesn't mean strangers will protect you. I'm trying to figure out what was even his point, even talking about specifically the other woman though. You hating on a woman who was hit with a brick. Oh, somebody brought up a good point. He said, "No way y'all surprised about some dudes don't care about a woman getting hit with a brick on the same app where some of y'all don't care about black men getting caught bullet bags. The gender war breeds apathy towards the opposite." That's facts. That's bars. That's straight bars. Oh, wait, let me. You got a lot of varying conversations directly online. You telling me that a woman got hit with a brick because she ain't listen to her brothers and her dad because she don't have situational awareness because she ain't listen. She got hit with a brick because like I said, you got more. I'm seeing a lot of this directly online where it was like talking about the skit, and then underneath black men justifying a black woman being hit. I need people to put this in the box where it belongs. This has nothing to do from everything I'm seeing that I'm understanding. This has nothing to do with black men. Oh wait. This is what somebody said about what was the question? It said, "Are Somalians black?" Let me play that video. Hold on, let me play this. Huh. Well, well. You can't make a lot of this stuff up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is just getting, the more I just keep going through like Twitter, it is just getting worse and worse and worse at this moment. Oh my God. Wow. Timmy said this reminds me of the black dude that hit a black girl with a skateboard because she didn't give him her number. Look here again, I'm not condoning any no type of stuff, but I will sit up there and say that I need people to be more cautious about life and different things of that nature. That's the most thing I can sit up there and say. And this young man just basically stated that Somalis are not black. So if that woman is Somalian, which some people have stated, and again, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. I guess the Somalian men need to roll up and figure out who that guy was that hit one of their women. Rara Evans said, "You going down a rabbit hole?" Yeah, it's getting worse. I'm not even looking for some of the stuff, and it's just there. And you got a whole bunch of people talking about like what it is if they would have sat up there and did, and still can't believe black men went from all the black unity talking, throwing chairs in Montgomery to I won't intervene when a black man has a bro. Oh my God. Yo, what's up with Exile? Oh, yo, I'm telling you, I'm just going through Twitter and yo, oh my God. Now I gotta go back. Hold on, let me see if I can find the video. Let me just roll back up here real quick. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can spot the dude with his glasses. Might need like the full what's the name, but yeah, this ain't looking this is not looking too favorable for her at this moment in time. Again, I agree with what the young man stated in the video. I would not be risking my life for a troublemaker. Nope, not doing it. And like I told people before, I got women in my family that sat up there and told me, like, yo, you better not be out here sitting up there trying to risk your life for no other woman. And I sit up there, I had to ponder, I had to think about that. Like, why would y'all say, I'm like, this is like, another woman out. Like, if something's like happening, something going wrong, like, yo, as a guy, should step in. And I had to think about that for a minute because, like I told y'all before, how many times have I showcased stories to y'all where guys have stepped in and they lost their life, right? To intervene and to help a woman out, all for her to go back to that same husband or that same boyfriend, which means that guy risked his life for no reason. But everybody's online talking about this old bravado and all this, what they would do and all this other type of stuff. But they don't understand that if you step into the line to risk your life for somebody that you don't know, chances are not coming back. You're not coming back. And on top of that, that same woman that you risk your life for, she's not going to be taking care of your kids. She's not going to be taking care of your girlfriend, your fiance, your wife. She ain't going to be taking care of your family. She ain't going to pay for the medical bills or the funeral costs. She ain't going to be paying for the headstone. She ain't going to be paying for none of that. She's going to live her life and continue on, and she's going to be messing with the same exact guys who potentially took her life the first time. And those are facts. So I completely understand what it is that young man stated. I completely understand. Now, somebody wanted to state that the dude in the video talking didn't have no proof that he even knew her or any of these things and yada 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 and so and so and so. But nobody has no proof that this woman is 100% innocent. But the whole world is like, yeah, this woman is innocent, and what happened to her is 1,000% wrong. And look what black man did. See how that works? How people will believe one narrative and fly with it. Look at what black American men did to this black woman. Black men don't sit up there and defend. Black men don't sit up there. This whole narrative is getting thrown all the way back out there again to circulate. And you're going to have a lot of people making direct content off of this to basically facilitate that exact same thing and get that emotional response from people to get the whole same thing kicking again. Like I said, people don't even understand it. People don't see it. And it's a very dangerous game that's getting played at this moment in time, and it's going to have an effect. I'm trying to sit up there and get this one, but yeah, this is looking crazy. Like, wait, let me see. No, I got you. Trust me. I was looking for her name. I was hunting down for that name. I was trying to get her. But yeah, like Rara said, going down the rabbit hole. These are bars. These are bars. Just in case Brother Exile didn't hear me. What's up, brother? What is up? What is up? What is up? Fox said I was wrong earlier. Her name was Rhonda Olsman. Yeah. Tippy said, I guess that's now qualified as normal. Just another day seeing a black woman getting hit with a hard object. Is that hard? Tippy, I'm trying to get you to understand the effects here. Now, again, I'm just going by the information that people are, in a sense, stating. Right? I'm going by also what is being stated directly online as well. So, the main thing that I am stating is that, hey, This is a woman. The guy stated that this is a woman that people knows. She goes out there in order to cause certain interactions to take place so that she could get a certain type of interaction. Like I said, clout is a hell of a drug. The main way that a lot of these women out here are making money on social media is by doing a lot of things. Like I said, there was a video. I know some of y'all don't watch these things, but there was a thing called Smash or Pass, right? Basically, if you would want to do something with the person, or if you would just, pass them up because you're not interested. And one girl was literally talking to this young black dude. They were both around like early 20s. She basically looked at the way that the young black dude was dressed, and she literally said out in the open, this is like, I'm talking about, you got like 20 plus people in the room. She looked at him and she was like, oh, you must not really be packing. You must be really small. And I could tell because, the way your pants is. And I'm like, why would you say something like that? Like, this dude is not being he didn't say nothing disrespectful to her or anything like that. But it's like, you want to come off and say something so crazy to basically try to embarrass him in front of everybody. And not only that, but also like, this is going online, right? This is going on YouTube and everywhere else. And you're literally going to sit up there and have the gall to sit up there and say something like that about somebody. Like I said, I don't condone the actions. I'm not sitting up here saying I condone violence and different things of that nature. But when you sit up there and you're trying to belittle, you're trying to be disrespectful, you're trying to attack somebody like really below the belt because of how it is that you feel or perceive about yourself, you cannot be too surprised of the reactions that people will have. Everybody is not the same. Everybody does not have the same mentality, the exact same mind frame. This is why I sit up there, I be sitting up there trying to tell like the women out here, stop trying to sit up there and key. Stop trying to talk all funny, trying to be all like cool and whatnot or whatever in front of your friends, because you don't know how guys will sit up there and react. You don't know. Like I said, and it's not worth it. The cloud is not worth it. The likes is not worth it. The views is not worth it. Like, it's crazy out here. Said if you want to see her prior money grab story, type up doctoral student shares her near Ahmad Aubrey. Are you serious? Let me go to this. Now I got a multitude of tabs. I'm gonna have some work cut out for me today. Let me tell you. I gotta go back to the studio so I can grab that one real quick. This is crazy. This is, and I cannot believe this. It's like as you keep going, it just gets worse. I'm not sure if y'all ever seen anything like that where it's like you just keep, directly looking at something and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Black Lightning said, I can be a Roman raised in Japan and once I step foot on American soil, automatically become a Black American. It's crazy. Raw Evans said, injustice is injustice, period. Raw Evans said, many have lost their lives behind bull. Yeah. That's facts. Like I said, nobody talks about that. Like, she's online talking about like men don't protect and do XYZ, but it's like you don't have women up here taking into account or trying to look at how many bodies have been amassed due to the fact of, hey, we decided that we want to cause like some trouble or cause some type of issues, and this is what it is. Wait, they said they age restricted. What? Your content, Jamie Foxx, PayPal, Google lawsuit, and the new air water engine might not be appropriate for all audiences. Wait, what? What was? Oh, wait. What was wrong with that live stream? You said there was violence or graphic content that appears to be posted in a shocking or sensationalized or disrespectful manner is considered inappropriate. Oh, I can't even sit up there and look at it right now to check. I'll check it later. Bruh. And that live stream was up there for about what? About a month or so? And then as of September 5th, magically it's like, oh, we found that this content it really should not have, in a sense, have been there. I don't know what was going on here. This is just insane. All right, so let me see what we got here. Let me copy and paste that. Let me see. We're gonna plus my family moves way better. But let me see. Just in time, like matter. All right, let me see. Type in the story. Yeah, it took me a minute to actually get there. After color my spirit joy. There's xenophobia experience. The fact I'm a refugee offends people as well. This country was not supposed to take me in. I think then I'm a woman. Speaking from perspective of a black person, a woman, a Somalian, and a refugee, Rhoda Osman says black people have earned the right to defend themselves. So she is Somali. I'm trying to figure out. I think I might have done a video because that guard, that security looks a little bit familiar. Huh. It's gonna be added. It's gonna be just a list of things directly up here. Let me tell you. This is looking bad. Let me see. What we got. The wrong dude's gonna die. Rob is disrespectful. Meaning bless the lives behind it. I get why a lot of men don't want to help, but I get why a lot of men don't want to help. I get it. Everything is just messed up. It's only black people dealing with this. Yeah, it is. Like I said, everything is devised as a plan. But like I said, I've just understood certain things. Like I said, Tippy, I'm not sure if you were there during that live stream, but it was me, Tonda, and Qatar. We literally had a conversation with a woman who was married. And I had brought up, the whole fact of like, women have a type because it was a woman that basically said that women don't have a type and yada, yada, yada. And the lady basically proved my point. And because I went down the road of the types of men that she dates, I went through one by one. All I needed was 3. And I stopped at the third one. And all of them basically has some type of problems, in and out of jail, drug use, alcoholism, abusive. Right? That's what those men were. And that's what she continuously kept choosing and picking. Right? And when we were, trying to talk to her, and we were telling her like, yo, you need to just run out of the situation. Like, you just need to, get up out of there and, and different stuff of that nature. Like, she didn't have a young daughter that she had to take care of. Her daughter was older. right? So it was none of that stuff that most people say, oh, well, people have kids. No, no, no. She can literally get up out of that situation and different things of that nature. The lady would be sarcastically laughing about stuff, not taking stuff serious. And again, I had two women there who have escaped situations, who have talked about the situations, talked about trauma directly on that live stream. And it was at one point, I remember that live stream, I was just frustrated. Like I was so close to like going off because like she was not getting it. And I felt like she was not taking it serious. But I'm like, I learned at that moment in time, I'm like, as somebody had listed earlier, you can't help somebody unless they want to be helped. So, I just realized at that point when it deals with like women going through situations like that, I as a man cannot get too invested because 9 times out of 10, the women don't care. And I was taught that on a live stream by a woman who is married to somebody she's been through some abusive things with that man. So much so that what she went through, her daughter is now going through. Right? So because the mother wasn't able to deal with the situations and the specific men that she chose to be in a relationship with, her daughter now attached that type of abuse as an exchange for love. So now her daughter's in an abusive relationship because she's in an abusive relationship and she couldn't get out of it. So because the mother couldn't get out of it, now the daughter's locked in an abusive relationship because the mother never showed the daughter how to get out and how to leave. So this is why I sat up there and told people that there are levels and that there are steps, and that if you want to decide to sacrifice your life to be reckless as a woman, you got every right to sit up there and do that. But you lose that right whenever it is that you decide to lay down and produce a child. You don't have that right to sacrifice your life and to be in a jacked up relationship, which is then going to pass that mentality directly to your children and jack them up. So when I happen to sit up there and talk about this, and I might have a lack of like empathy and concern about this, it's because I was taught this by women. You know, and it gets to a point where it just gets on your nerves. Like I said, Tippy, you've been there. I've been through videos where I've covered where women have been sitting up there getting abused, and y'all heard me break down in videos. I'm sitting up there, crying through the videos, trying to sit up there and get my words through because emotionally I'm attached to that video because I can literally, through the words that are being there, I can see what happened. And then I had to get to a point where I had to just start pulling back. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I'm too concerned about people that are not really concerned for themselves. Because if people actually cared about themselves, they would actually save themselves. They wouldn't wait necessarily for somebody else to come in a cape and a costume and some red tights to come in and just swoop in and save the day. So this is, again, going back to what women of my family have sat up there and stated, where it's like, yo, you better not go out here and risk your life. I understand. Because I'm far too concerned about people that are not even that much concerned about themselves. I'm loving somebody else more than what they can actually produce or love for themselves. And that makes no sense. That makes no sense. And like I said, this is coming from a point where I'm not looking for reciprocation. I'm like looking for those same people to sit up there and love me back. I can give a care less. It's whatever it is. It's just the fact that I'm trying to spread myself out a little bit, too thin, which don't make sense. You know? But like I said, I'm not. I think you were there for that live stream, Timmy. That was a few years ago. But I think you should have. If I remember correctly, that was back when like everything was like really like moving on the channel. I think you were there because I know Gail was there. She was getting fed up. She was about done. And Gail, she's like usually the first one to sit up there and tell you like, yeah, I ain't feeling this. It's like, yeah, get her up out of here. It's just like Gail was not. I literally, when I see Gail like typing sometimes when she fed up, I can literally hear Gail. I can literally hear it. But like I said, I appreciate both Tonda and Katara for having the patience because I did not have it. Like I think at one point in that live stream, I might have had to like get up and walk or something because I was so outdone. I was just so outdone with that woman, and her just like being up there and just trying to tell this whole story, and then people trying to like show concern and all this. Man, if I ever find that live stream, I'll repost it as a solo video so that people can see what it is that I was talking about, because it just didn't make no sense. It didn't make no sense. What was it? It says, yeah, I just noticed the 404 upside down. Yeah, I put it up there. I put it up there on purpose, due to the fact that it seems like an error, that's going on when it deals with that conversation. It's a lot to deal with it. Um, Rara said it was trauma bonding. Yep. Tippy said, wait, I think I remember, was her daughter in Job Corps. Was she in Job Corps? I think she was. I think she was. Like I said, it's been a minute. It has been a minute. Black Lightning said that's why I don't engage in these types of situations. Either they want or don't want help. I only have one life. Yeah, that's facts. TV said that's sad. They didn't ask to be here dealing with that. Yep. A lot of white girls have that so-called hero in the cape, but I get it. Rara said, I'll be back, taking the car to the shop. Be safe. I will be back. No problem. No problem. No problem. Remember, the other live stream will be happening around like 12 o'clock a.m., 1 a.m., somewhere around that time frame. It'll be guaranteed around that time frame, later on today. So just in case. It also, just like Black Lightning said, drive safe, be safe directly out there. And also have and enjoy some great food. I know it's currently morning time at this moment in time. Hey, something is always open. So have some have some good food. But yeah, like I said, it's it's crazy. It's crazy out here. It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to like take in and stuff. Now I gotta try to find a way to actually get this, because I'm technically I'm trying to do like two things directly at once. While I'm talking to you guys. Hilarious. But yeah. What did Tippy say? Black Lightning said, sad part is something can harmfully happen to them. I can't confirm and know. I could have done something will give me a hard time to sleep. Right. Tippy said, I'm hungry now, but I gotta watch what I eat now. Hey, like I said, a diet or a regimen, it's all about consistency. All you gotta do is just stay consistent, and everything will work out. Um, Black, I understand what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. Like I said, you got to compartmentalize. You got to put stuff in certain places, because at the end of the day, you got to look at the fact of like, okay, you can react to something, but then if you're gone, then who's gonna take care of your family? Like your mom, your grandmother, your dad, or your son, your children. Like, who's going to do that? Because the person that I'm going to guarantee you, because I have yet to see consistent stories of men risking their lives for random women, and those women just taking care of like somebody's family. I've yet to see that. Um, but yeah, Tiffy said it's hard when I like to eat. Yeah, trust me, I get it, and I understand. I understand. But this is what I'm going to do. Shout out to the 13 people that are currently here at this moment in time. Much love and appreciation for everybody at this point in time. We've been going for about like almost 5 hours. My apologies. A little bit long winded. But again, I love talking to you guys and also responding back to the comments that, you guys, have in the chat, as well. Try to get through and read a lot of those comments and converse with you guys as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the video. To be said, sucks when people deal with stress and depression. They lose weight while others gain weight. Yeah, that's true. It's weird how that works, technically, because you would think it would work the other way. But that was my nail. That actually hurt. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the video, and I'm going to have that, put together so that people can see and understand, certain things. Like I said, just going to give the other half of the story. Again, this is the video. I'm going to have to make sure to put that down because I'm pretty sure some people might come up and be like, "Oh, you're trying to justify." I ain't justifying nothing. I'm putting other pieces to the story directly up there for people to see and understand and come to their own observation. Right. So again, much love and appreciation to everybody who is currently here at this moment in time. Love you guys a lot. Respect you guys. Appreciate you guys. Also, much love and appreciation to anybody that's donated to the platform. Shout out to Hack as well for rolling through with with the donation and everything in that nature. Also, much love and appreciation and shout out to all of the mods that are currently here on both platforms at this moment in time. Again, love you guys, support you guys, respect you guys a lot. Thank you for being here with the platform and staying here listening to me talk anytime I happen to do a video and everything in that nature. So I'm going to work on this video and try to have this up there as soon as possible for you guys, and this can be added to a something else that we'll talk about later on today. Around 12 to 1 a.m.-ish for the next live stream. So I will see you guys then. Peace out. I can't even move my mouse. Hold on.